Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Economic Matters Committee. Today is Thursday, February 12th. We have several bills on the list here. We have 80+ witnesses. So I will start by saying to those of you who are new to the committee, if you will be testifying before us, you will be timed 2 minutes. If you are caught by the timer, please summarize very quickly. Get to your points. We recommend that you not read from a script, but if you need to, highlight what is on your script, especially for those of you who will be following your predecessor. You don't need to repeat everything that was said. If you want to highlight from that or just say me too, we are okay with that. We ask that you be respectful of the members and you as well. We know you take time out of your busy schedules to come before us and express your concerns one way or the other. With that said, we will begin with House Bill 238, Maryland Heritage Area Authority and Heritage Areas. Rebecca Flora? Yes. I will add that if a bill is being presented by a legislator, they are not timed. So if the legislator would like to give in their time to their panelists, that also is very helpful. You may begin when ready. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Valderrama. And do we have Vice Chair here with us? Yes, hi. Great to be with you all. This is my first time with this committee, so thank you all for having me here and being here today. For the record, my name is Rebecca Flora. I am the Maryland Department of Planning Secretary, came in with the new administration. And I also wear another hat, which is the chair of the Maryland Heritage Areas Authority that I'll refer to as the authority throughout. And that is an independent unit of government within the executive branch, but it's housed within the Maryland Department of Planning. I'm not going to go into the whole background for the sake of brevity. What I do want to share with you all is that what we're bringing forward to you today is the result of recommendations that came out of our strategic planning process that we started in 2024, we completed in 2025. We had over 600 voices included in that process. We came out with an approved strategic plan that was approved in May of 2025 by the authority. And in addition to that, it had a variety of policy-related amendments that that's what this bill is about, essentially, to update and to implement what came out of that strategic plan. Just a few other highlights, in addition to the broad stakeholder engagement process that we had. It was also consultant-driven, which was really nice because we were able to ensure that we had a very not only inclusive process, but just a really well professionally managed process also. So we have 3 changes to the statute as it's currently written. One is related to the repeal of the 50% project funding caps for grant awards. The other one related to that is to the ability to determine grant caps and corresponding matching requirements as they deem appropriate. That actually was part of the process we went through. There was a united front around this, and we even formed a task force following that agreed to our approach to this and what our approach would be moving forward. Part of this is related to being able to keep up with market conditions and to pull that out of the statute specifically, but allow that flexibility with a process that's been put in place by the authority. The other ones are really more related to some of the antiquated aspects of the current statute around developing program statements, instead requiring the same officials to directly support and assist these areas. That's really just an update of the language and what's currently happening a lot of times right now. The Secretary of Agriculture and Superintendent of State Department of Education have been members since 2010. We just simply want to make them an official voting member of the authority. And we also found through our review is that one of the members actually was from an organization that's now defunct, which is the Maryland Greenways Commission. So we've replaced that with someone who would have those similar types of knowledge bases. That's, I don't want to get into it further. You may have questions. There's so many details I could get into the value of the Heritage Area Program. It's one of only 2 in the country like this. It's a tremendous program. I'm personally very engaged and very involved. So we're really excited about this ability to build on the strategic plan and move forward with the implementation of some of the recommendations from that plan. So, Madam Chair, I am here to answer any questions that anyone may have related to this one.
Thank you, Ms. Flora. I don't see any questions. Delegate Turner.
Just a quick question. You said it's two others that has this. Can you just tell me who they are?
In the country.
In the country.
Oh,
Can
I'd
I
have to
write
get
them
back
down?
to you on that one.
Oh,
I know that the director of the program had done that research, and I'm looking for where those are. But we'll try to follow up with you on that with the other two areas in the country that have a similar type program, if that would be okay.
okay, I'm just writing that down. Two
Sure.
others, and you're going to get back with me.
Yes, we'll follow up
All
with
right,
that.
thank you very much.
Now that
Thank
you've
you,
asked
Ms.
me, I need to definitely find that out again for myself.
Thank
I
you, Ms.
just can't
Flora.
remember.
Seeing no additional questions, members, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 238. We'll now move on to House
Thank you.
Bill 5. Members, you'll notice that we are primary. We have our members from Ways and Means who will be joining us. They are secondary. If you want to introduce yourselves.
And I'm going to Jackie Addison from Ways and Means.
Welcome to ECM.
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Fair's bill.
Oh, I see he's not here. Okay. I'm going to give him the courtesy of attending, showing up, so forgive me, we're going to skip over since he is not here. Thank you kindly. We'll now move on to House Bill 402. Delegate Holmes, is he here? Okay. All right, we'll skip to, since the rest are those two legislators, we will now skip to House Bill 240. If we have members from departmental, great.
Okay. HB 240? Yep. Okay. Hello again. You know me by now. I just will add one more thing for the record again. Rebecca Flora, Secretary, Maryland Department of Planning, and I have with me Chuck Boyd, our Assistant Secretary of Planning for the Maryland Department of Planning. Between the two of us, we don't like to admit it, but we have well over 80, 90 years of planning experience. We're both credentialed planners. And Chuck will be here to help answer any questions you may have regarding this first bill that we have here related to land use and comprehensive planning. This particular one is the result of essentially something that we do every year, which is a whole series of roundtables around the state with planners and really seek their input on what's working, what's not, ways that we can improve the system. And this one, I think everybody wholeheartedly agreed that the current statute calls for the 60-day review at the end of the process. It's almost too late for us to be able to not only help them, but for constructive feedback kind of could disrupt their process. And so an aspect of this particular bill is to ensure that we're notified at the beginning of the process so that we can be in a better position with guidance materials, ensuring that they have what they need. And there was fairly strong support across the state for this practice to change, which interestingly is currently in statute to be at the end of the process. The other thing that it holds us and our sister agencies accountable to is ensuring that we have guidance materials available so that when we are notified, we can give as much of that guidance support. We have such a range of capacity across the state, and I'll speak to that more in another piece that we have. But this one's pretty straightforward from that standpoint. So I'll stop there to see if we have any questions, Madam Chair.
Mr. Boyd, will you be
Yeah,
speaking?
just for the record, Chuck Boyd, Assistant Secretary for Planning Services, are here to answer any questions you may have specifically related to the bill. Thank you.
I don't see any questions from who? Okay, Vice Chair thought she saw someone with a question. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 240. Members, we will now circle back to House Bill 5. Delegate Fair has graced us with his presence. If you want to bring your panel up with you, please do so.
Yes, please, Madam Chair. And apologies to the committee. I was in another committee.
Totally understand.
All right. May I begin, Madam Chair? Thank you, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, and members of the committee. House Bill 5 establishes a new state-level new markets tax credit program that is modeled on the existing federal program, which has for more than 2 decades proven massive success in our housing market. Maryland has already attracted over $1 billion in new federal new markets investments, but we lag behind peer states because many of them have a complementary state credits program that makes their projects more competitive. HB 5 is designed to level the playing field by creating those complementary credits. This is a disciplined, performance-based tax credit. No credit is issued unless private capital is raised. Investments must be deployed in a strict timeline, kept in Maryland small businesses for at least 6 years, and are subject to full recapture if those requirements aren't met. There is no upfront cost to the state in the first 3 years, and redemptions are capped and phased in to ensure predictability and fiscal control. The mechanics of the bill reflect national best practices. Only federally certified community development entities can participate, and capital must go to qualified small businesses in low-income communities. The program is expected to generate roughly $75 million in private investment every 2 years. That means more small business expansion, more Maryland job creation, and a stronger tax base. Evaluations of similar programs show they frequently generate more in state and local revenue than the cost of the credit. At its core, HB 5 aligns state tax policy with private sector investment incentives to drive economic growth in the communities where it is most needed. It strengthens Maryland's small business ecosystem, improves our ability to leverage federal dollars, and ensures Maryland's communities feel tangible economic activity in return. For these reasons, I respectfully urge and request a favorable report on House Bill 5. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, my name is Ryan Dressler. I'm a principal with Advantage Capital. We are a top 10 participant in the federal New Markets Tax Credit Program over its storied almost 25-year history. And I want to tell you a little bit about what this program actually does. You know, this program is for small businesses that are in the middle and are in need of gap financing or growth financing. So you think of it like a donut. For finance, this is the hole in the middle where the marketplace and the traditional marketplace doesn't fill it. What the New Markets Tax Credit Program does is it offers either loans or equity investments into small businesses that are at below market rates or terms that are otherwise unavailable to them. And I'll give you an example of a company that we invested in over a decade ago, but it's a great story as we continue with that company today. The name is Commercial Specialty Truck Holdings in Cynthiana, Kentucky. It's a town of about 5,600. And when we invested, they had about 80 employees, and they manufacture waste hauling trucks and cement mixers. We invested in that company. They were going through an overhaul and retrofit of their facility. Today, they're over 3 times the size with over 250 employees. Their district or census tract where that company is located is no longer qualified for the New Markets program because they are the second largest private employer in the area, and they have grown themselves out of the poverty rate which they were in, and they have offered tremendous opportunities both in accessible jobs and also high living wages for people that are in that area. And that's the type of investment that we would expect and hope to have more of here in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Tom Cole. I represent Stonehenge Capital, Enhanced Capital, and Advantage Capital. This is a program that will create economic development on day one, and the cost to the state will be delayed 4 to 5 years after. I want to acknowledge the fiscal note, but also point out that the fiscal note cannot take into account all of the economic development and tax revenue that will be generated on the front end. Many times when you are approached with economic development programs, they will say, well, if you spend this money, then you'll get this later. This is the reverse. Maryland will see the growth on the front end. And this program, I want to emphasize something that Mr. Dressler said, this program is for all of the small business owners in your district that are coming to you and saying, how do I get to participate in the economic development that I'm hearing is happening in all of the targeted areas, whether it be Baltimore City or in Prince George's County or Montgomery County? What program is for me? This is that program. This provides capital for them so that they can grow those businesses that are around 50 employees. And so when we're looking at the challenges, the fiscal challenges that the state faces, the only way we are going to make sure we don't have that same budgetary crunch every year is by growing our economy and growing our tax revenue. And this is exactly what this program has done and is proven to have done in 14 states across the country. So with that, we would respectfully request a favorable report on HB 5. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll start with Delegate Ampry.
Delegate, thank you so much for bringing this bill. I'm a big fan of new market tax credits. I've done several deals at the federal level in my prior work at various law firms, and I've seen how impactful it can be. I just have a question around, and it's a pretty dense bill. Have an opportunity to review it later, but just wanted to get an idea of how you all are going to ensure that those who need these the most are getting it. Because the reality, I'm thinking about my district itself, right? So I have some very impoverished areas, but they're literally within blocks of a wealthier area, right? So the way some people draw these maps, you'll see developers go in here and redevelop and put more money into a wealthy established area, and they'll use these tax credits or they'll use some kind of scheme to make sure that they get. So how is this bill drafted, or how can it be even better drafted maybe, to ensure that that these tax credits are going to the communities that need it the most? Because my worry is that in a place like Baltimore, something like this happens, and overly developed areas are going to end up getting more of the tax credits than the communities that need it most, who are literally 3 blocks away. And you've been to Baltimore, you see how that works.
So I'm going to turn it over for a technical response. I'll just say our cross-file Senator McRae is certainly not going to let this, that go by the wayside.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Delegate, it's an excellent question, and the main driving force behind this program and how it prevents what you're saying from happening is that at the federal level, it's one of the most competitive programs that exists out there. Unlike most federal programs where it's pro rata based off of, or per capita based off the size of the state, this is fully competitive. And the way to win a federal New Markets Award is to show your ability as a community development entity to invest in the most deeply distressed communities, not necessarily the buffer communities or the ones that are in those pockets where it's thriving around it, but just not on that side of the street. Those stories don't hold up over time, and it's not where the federal program has taken the direction. And because of that, when we apply for and participate in a state program, we're going to follow that same set of criteria to try to advance it and hit those areas that are most deeply distressed, because that's what makes us competitive there and ultimately has the greatest impact.
And one of the challenges we have at the state level is being competitive at the state level with these grants at the federal level, and part of the reason is we don't have the actual portfolio to be able to point to where the federal government will then invest in us. And so by approving this, we can actually create the portfolio by which they can then go get more federal New Markets tax credits.
Thank you very much. I don't see any additional questions. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next panel. Thank you, Delegate Fair.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have one more witness, Carla Hinson.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Hello, my name is Carla Hinson. I'm Director of Development Advisory at Cross Street Partners. Cross Street Partners is a vertically integrated real estate development firm in Baltimore. I support the advisory side of the business, where I help nonprofits and mission-aligned developers secure federal New Markets tax credits for their projects. Cross Street Partners also has an affiliated CDE, Urban Action Community Development, which invests its federal allocation nationally, and also participates in state programs across the country. I'm in favor of the establishment of a state New Markets program, and I am in support of the version of this bill that was introduced in the Senate, which incorporates some key improvements to the program's utility. The key advantage of the federal New Markets program is that it's flexible. It helps support job creation. It helps communities establish community facilities anchored by nonprofits. It funds healthcare centers in rural communities, grocery stores in communities that need it. The common denominator is that New Markets markets tax credit investments must be located in low-income communities, and these are the communities that most benefit from the large-scale investment that new markets bring. A state new markets program complements, enhances the work that the state has already started by establishing MCIC to enable to attract additional new markets allocation to the state. State new markets, which are often twinned with federal new markets, support projects by providing additional resources to the capital stack, and will attract CDEs to invest allocation into the state alongside state allocation. With a limited base of local CDEs, Maryland projects are competing for new markets allocation from CDEs that work nationally and regionally. A state program enhances Maryland's position in the federal new markets market. Not only will the state new markets program leverage additional federal new markets, it also gives the state the opportunity to have greater influence in what, where, and who receives federal new markets investments. The federal new markets program was made permanent this summer, and this is a great opportunity to really position Maryland as a leader in this field.
Thank you, Ms. Hinson. I don't see any questions. I just have a quick one. Delegate Fair, if you mention it, I apologize. Because this bill is going to be administered by DHCD, I don't want to assume, have you been working in conjunction with them? Are they amenable to this? Just want to know whether.
Yes, they are amenable and they understand the benefit. Yeah, they've mentioned repeatedly, at least in private conversations, they know the benefit of the program could be for our communities.
Okay, thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 5. We'll now move on to House Bill 402. Is Delegate Holmes present? He's not here, so Delegate Fair, we'll go to your next bill, 382. Commercial law, broadband access, income consumer programs.
Gave me a chance to walk on twice. I appreciate that. Yes, please. Yep. Panel. Yep. All right. Thank you all. All right. May I start, Madam Chair? Thank you. Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, and members of the committee, of the Economic Matters Committee, House Bill 382 is about making our modern public square accessible to every Marylander. In 2026, broadband is a basic utility. This bill says that large internet providers must offer at least one affordable plan that actually meets the needs of today's internet users, which is 100 megabits of download speed over 20 of upload speed, with reasonable data allowances and reliability guarantees so kids can do homework, patients can use telehealth, and workers can apply for jobs without service cutting out. House Bill 382 sets a clear baseline for usability and affordability, so people aren't forced to choose between a paycheck and a pedestrian visit, a pediatrician visit. This legislation is designed to comply with the latest federal guidance and protect our broadband equity access and deployment program grant eligibility known as BEAD. The bill codifies key BEAD provisions, creates an advisory board to define low cost in line with statutory requirements, and requires that definition to be submitted to NTIA. The Office of State Broadband can adjust terms to fit local circumstances and exempt providers under 20,000 subscribers when compliance is too burdensome. So we protect small providers while we protect families. And to ensure policy becomes practice, the Attorney General can enforce the board's affordability standards under Maryland's consumer protection laws. I've requested a sponsor amendment responsive to the concerns I've fielded from multiple advocates and providers. First, correcting a drafting error to clarify providers must provide consumers with 1.2 terabytes of data use, not 1.2 terabytes of data storage. Second, removing the part of the bill that would require household size verification. And third, creating a statutory presumption of hardship for our smallest providers to clarify OSB's authority to grant exemptions. This bill advances digital equity, especially for rural and minority communities that face higher barriers, and it does so without a material fiscal impact on the state or local government. According to DLS, I have worked to address industry and advocate concerns and believe I have threaded the needle in a way that's fair, feasible, and focused on practical outcomes, affordable, usable internet in people's homes. For these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 382. Thank you, Madam Chair. Please. You want to go first?
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Mitsuko Herrera. I'm with the Montgomery County Department of Technology and Enterprise Business Solutions, or TEBS. I've been working on broadband since 2009. I've been helping seniors use the internet since 2016. TEBS supports HB 382, and I'm here to make 3 points. One, most providers can meet the requirements of 382. They already offer broadband at these speeds. They offer low-cost plans. This bill requires that they offer both. Two, low-income families need affordable minimum speed broadband. 12% of Maryland households, over 280,000, enrolled in the federal and state Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP broadband subsidy. I've included the data by county in our witness statement. ACP ended in 2024, and Maryland needs low-cost plans more than ever. 30% of Maryland households subscribing to broadband are low income. 23% of low-income households have to subscribe to an internet plan that doesn't meet the federal minimum broadband speeds. And statewide, households with 2 seniors or households with 2 adults and 2 children need more than 300% of federal poverty rate to meet minimum household speeds, and in 6 counties, they need more than 350%. HB 382 isn't offering a broadband subsidy. It's only ensuring that low-income families can get an affordable plan with the minimum federal speed that now that they have to pay for it themselves. Low-cost broadband, my final point, is good for the Maryland economy. Having a low-cost plan available increases the income for low-income households by $147 or 1.3%, and the probability of employment by 0.9%. Medicaid in Maryland could save as much as the cost of subsidizing low-income broadband for 3.5 years by getting an individual to use just 1 telehealth visit instead of an in-person visit. And for every dollar spent subsidizing broadband, there are nearly $2 in positive impacts. The bill is a reasonable means to ensure all families can participate in the digital economy, and we respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having us here today. My name is Gretchen LeGrand. I'm the Senior Program Manager for Digital Equity with the Robert W. Deutsch Foundation. The foundation has worked towards digital equity since the mid-90s. I love all of Mitzi's facts. I'm going to just tell you a story. Prior to going to the foundation, I ran a nonprofit focused on computer science education in Baltimore City. During the pandemic, when everything shut down, we saw how critical the internet was for our students to continue learning. We were refurbishing computers and distributing them with hotspots to students just so that they could get online to continue their learning. The internet is critically important. It basically functions like a utility, but it is entirely unregulated at the federal level. This bill allows low-income Marylanders to access this critical need without costing the state anything. I echo everything that my colleagues have said. I'm going to keep it short. I urge the committee to give a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize, ma'am. What is your name again?
Your name.
Mitsuko Herrera.
Oh, great, thank you. We'll begin with Delegate Queen.
So I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill up to us. We always want to provide broadband to communities that need it. One of the concerns I have is the, you can answer, the unfavorable from Chop Tank. I was here when in 2020, we made sure we brought broadband to that community. That was a very important thing for us to do. Absolutely. And so from your amendments, I don't think you address their concerns, but can you provide some insight on that?
So rather than offer some blanket exemptions and start going down the rabbit hole of saying this group gets to get exempted, this group doesn't get to get exempted, I think that we're having a polite and respectful disagreement on the process here. Chop Tank's number of subscribers is substantially lower than the 20,000 subscriber threshold, so they already are applicable to a existing exemption in the bill. They simply have to reach out to the Office of State Broadband and ask for that exemption to show the financial hardship that they have. Again, the amendment that I put in says that there is a that the presumption should be given to the organizations that are less than 20,000 subscribers that they have a financial hardship. And so that's our goal, to try to thread that needle between potentially some actors who are under 20,000 subscribers or could be under 20,000 subscribers, like individual organizations that could build subsidiaries, and then say, oh, well, this is under 20,000 subscribers, but they have 20 organizations, 20 different subsidiaries under 20,000 subscribers. We don't want to give blanket exemptions in those cases. So we want to make sure the Office of State Broadband has a little bit of opportunity to look at the application, but that the presumption for organizations like Chop Tank and others is always given if they have under 20,000 subscribers.
Okay, and second question, so the other oppositions from like Verizon and so forth, are they addressed with the amendments?
Well, so to the extent that we tried our best to address the biggest concern that they seem to raise, which has to do with the number of people living in the household and tracking the number of people living in the household by eliminating that component of their concerns. At the end of the day, the telecommunications companies do have the ability to provide this access at 100/20. They absolutely can provide this. They can provide this to every customer in the state of Maryland. I understand that that might require some more logistical work for them, but the opportunity is there, and I know that that's probably the source of their unfavorable testimony.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, thank you so much, Delegate.
We'll go with Delegate Weigel and then Delegate Pippy.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill basically mandates all ISPs over 20,000 customers to develop a low-income program?
Correct. It actually just mandates the guardrails by which they build it, and then asks them to sit on a commission that will work on addressing the questions of what low income looks like.
So
yeah,
do those internet service providers not already have low income offerings? Or?
Some of them do, and I can't speak to every single one because I haven't researched every single program. I know many do offer their version of low income. Now the problem is whether or not they meet the federally required minimums that are outlined in this bill for the speeds and also data use components of this bill. I wouldn't want to speak to that either.
All right.
Without saying I don't believe they do.
Could there be any unintended consequences in regards to this bill? Say that these companies just don't invest in additional broadband and expanding their network because they're not earning their return? Have you guys thought about that or no?
So that is why we set a threshold for who can apply for this low income program. So that it doesn't apply to, for example, every single Marylander. I can't apply, my family cannot apply for this low income program ever because we don't meet the minimum requirements to be able to be part of it. So this would be part of their business model. It would be built into the percentage of their subscribers that they see that would be offered a plan. And again, it doesn't set a rate. The bill does not set a rate and a cost for that program. It simply sets the minimum allowable download and upload and data use.
So I know everybody has to recover their costs. Do we know what impact this might have on, say, the average middle class person who is a subscriber? I mean, will their rates end up potentially going up in order to cover additional low income folks, or how?
So my hope and desire and the intent of the bill, and I think the intent of other legislation across the country that you've seen, both suggested and implemented across the country, has been to provide these services at a reasonable speed. Again, there's no point in having accessible internet if it doesn't function. And so if we're talking about helping low-income families find work, if their Zoom doesn't work so they can do a job interview, then it's useless. And if they can't do a telehealth appointment and they don't have access to transportation to take their child into the pediatrician, and that because again, Zoom can't work, or telehealth video conferencing can't work because they don't have 100/20, they have like 50/10 or something even lower than that, this all becomes very unfunctional. And so my hope and desire is that the ISPs and telecom companies would just do the right thing.
So you're more focused on speed versus rates, potentially?
Yeah, so there's nothing in the bill that outlines rates. It outlines.
So we don't know what impact it may have.
For speed, right.
Okay,
But-
all right, thank you.
But if I may, in New York State, which is what was modeled after, and it has been implemented, there isn't any evidence that the rates in New York were increased where it was implemented relative to any other state.
Thank you. Thank you for that. But it's good data to have, yeah.
Delegate Pippy and then Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate, good to see you. And obviously, trying to bring, broadband to rural areas, places like Frederick, is always a good thing. I did have one question, and I'm sure you've seen some of the concerns. If you could address, the BEADS funding? I know that the Maryland Chamber sent a letter and said that Virginia introduced some legislation, and then that there was some subsequent discussions about that. And then there was some comments made by, I guess, our federal partners in relation to this. So maybe you could help us with that piece.
Sure.
Thank you.
So BEAD's been around for a number of years. This is how we do our broadband expansion. It's a critical program that invests in communities. We had a very large investment from BEAD that was coming out of the previous administration. That investment has been naturally cut by the current federal administration. They have already pre-cut by about 2/3. Is that about right? 2/3 the amount of investment that the federal administration is willing to put into Maryland. And so now that they've done that cut, they also introduced a new set of guidelines, which have said, to our former delegate's question, you cannot set rates. And so that's exactly what this bill seeks to, again, thread that conversation. We want to make sure we're providing accessible internet for all of our constituents all throughout Maryland, but we also don't want to violate those BEAD standards. And so with the federal administration's determination that we as a state should not, if we want to continue receiving any BEAD funding, set a rate, we decided not to do that. And so we don't have that in the bill.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So Delegate, on page 8, line 5, you set out the penalty provisions under the bill, which is a violation of the Consumer Protection Act, unfair, abusive, deceptive trade practice. So of those penalties is possibility of jail. So I'm curious, what is it in your bill that you're trying to get at that you'd be willing to provide that kind of penalty provision?
So really what we're looking at is an enforcement mechanism just to make sure that it's available to it.
There are no heavier enforcement mechanisms in this committee than the one that you're applying in this bill.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat
This
that?
is the heaviest penalty provision that we provide in our committee, and you're putting it in this bill. I'm asking, why would you do that?
Yeah, so again, that we were looking for an enforcement mechanism. We defer to the committee if they believe that that's too stringent. We're happy to dial it back, but what we were looking at is how to empower a statewide agency, the Attorney General's office, and making sure that we're providing these services to people in a reasonable fashion to make sure that we're not trying to undercut or undersell undercut the deliberate request of the legislature that we have this accessible internet.
Right, so to circle back, and this is a
please.
sort of a repetitive conversation that goes to why would you choose the Consumer Protection Act?
So if I could on that front, part of it is because the Attorney General and the Consumer Protection Act has an established mechanism. It has subpoena power. It has a process for people to file complaints. So the idea is that if a consumer is coming forward to say, I can't get access to a plan, they have a process where somebody can file a complaint. They have the ability to take a subpoena. They have the ability to bring the parties in to take evidence. So the idea was that instead of creating a brand new process, this is, I think, number 14 of the Consumer Protection Act. They have a well-established process, and this is typical of where a company is required to offer something under the law, and when they are not offering it, that the Office of the Attorney General and that unit is well set up to handle those types of complaints.
Yeah, I mean, all I'll say, and then I have a question follow-up to what Delegate Queen was saying, is that if we're going to use that penalty provision, I'm merely asking, is this the kind of bill that, from a policy perspective, that rises to that occasion? The concern I have in addition to that is the one brought up about Chop Tank, which is that I'm a member of Chop Tank.
Yeah.
It's my electric company, and so we elect our members, or we don't elect the members, we elect our board. And it would fall within the same context that if this bill passes as such, you're putting some of those same folks that we as members elect to that cooperative board in front of potentially this sort of action, which I find untenable. You may not agree, but I'll leave you with the last word on that.
Yeah, so I'll just say again, consumers need a protection mechanism if they are feeling that they have been slighted by any broadband service provider. We certainly hope that that isn't the case. Chop Tank in particular, again, has a pre-built-in mechanism to apply for exemption from the entire bill. And so, we've been gladly working with that organization specifically to address a number of their concerns that they brought forward, including still being able to sit on the advisory committee even after they get exempted from the requirements of the bill.
And I guess if I could just add also, is that on the...
He's good. And I will just remind these panelists and those who come forth, I did not mention at the beginning of the hearing, unless a question is posed to you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We're good.
Apologies.
So thank you kindly. With that said, I don't see any additional questions for this panel. Thank you, Delegate Fair. We have a couple more favorable witnesses, Claudia Wilson Randall, Jennifer Bevan Dangle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lindsay. Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Good, how are you? Good.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Bevan Dangle. I'm the Deputy Director of Economic Action Maryland Fund. We're proud here to support here today HB 382. I just want to put some very specific lenses on why this bill is so important. Moving past the technical implementation pieces, we are seeing public and commercial services increasingly move online. And programs that historically have provided discounts to low-income households have been phased out as of 2024. Even discount programs still often put affordable broadband out of reach, especially for our clients who are often among the most income constrained. When we look at the upcoming changes to SNAP and Medicare and the re-application process that is going to be put on those recipients, broadband is going to be critical to make sure that people are able to continue to apply for these very, very essential government programs. Economic Action Maryland Fund recently did a survey of over 500 of our supporters, clients, and other Marylanders. We found that 25% of those who responded said that they felt their broadband access was going to limit their ability to apply for Medicaid and SNAP renewals. 25% of those respondents. And as a mother of children in school who had virtual snow days, we're seeing so many other programs move online as well. Virtual schooling and virtual school snow days only works when children can access school and can get online. So we're very eager to support this bill, and we urge a favorable report.
I don't see any questions for you both, so thank you kindly.
Thank you.
I'm going to call one more time Claudia Wilson Randall. Okay, she's not here. We'll now move on to the opposition, Megan Stokes and Jeremy Crandall.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Crandall. I'm here today on behalf of CTIA. We are the Wireless Industry Trade Association in opposition to House Bill 382. As background, our members include AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, and a range of other wireless industry stakeholders. I want to level set and just say that we can all agree that affordability is of paramount importance to your constituents in this state right now. But in discussing this bill, I do think it's important to stay focused on two items. And number one, that is the data that we have at hand when it comes to this issue, but also the specific policy examples that are similar to this bill. Let me start with prices. At a time when the cost of nearly everything that Maryland residents and businesses are paying for is going up, wireless is one of the few items that is not. Over a 10-year period, prices are down 44%. In the last 5 years, that number is 24%. And in just the last 18 months, prices are down 5%. What else can we say that about right now? I will also add there is considerable evidence that artificial price mandates, which I must emphasize, that is what this bill is. There's plenty of evidence that they lead to higher costs and fewer benefits for consumers. And so from a policy standpoint, that is why we respectfully oppose this bill. But beyond the policy itself, it is also true, and I'm happy to expand on this, that over the last 9 months, the federal government has strongly advised states that any kind of broadband rate regulation will put a state's BEAD funding at risk. And they have very clearly said this condition applies to both existing law, but any other future law during the life of the BEAD program. And so again, without question, affordability is critically important. But we feel very strongly that artificial price mandates, number one, from a policy perspective, but also number two, because of the risk to Maryland's BEAD funding, is not the solution to address this issue right now. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Valderrama and members of the House Economic Matters Committee. My name is Megan Stokes, and I'm the State Policy Director at the Computer and Communications Industry Association, also known as CCIA. We respectfully oppose House Bill 382. CCIA represents leading technology and communication companies that invest billions of dollars each year to expand broadband access, improve network performance, and deliver innovative services nationwide. Our members strongly support efforts to close the digital divide and expand affordable broadband for low-income households. However, House Bill 382 takes the wrong approach. This measure would apply state-level retail price controls and operational mandates to these services that risk overstepping lawful regulatory boundaries. First, House Bill 382 is an inappropriate attempt to set retail broadband prices in a competitive marketplace. By imposing artificial pricing structures and intrusive mandates, the bill risks discouraging investment, slowing deployment, and increasing compliance costs, outcomes that ultimately harm consumers rather than help them. For example, the broadband ecosystem is incredibly competitive from all types of broadband providers. Your traditional fiber provider to cable to wireless to emerging low Earth orbit broadband satellites providing services to those hardest to reach areas. Maintaining a light touch regulatory environment ensures innovation that will continue to thrive. As a counterpoint to the earlier comment about the New York law, AT&T did end broadband service in New York State because of that law. This bill could lead to fewer provider options for Marylanders. Second, the bill's definitions are internally inconsistent and create compliance uncertainty. The definitions of broadband service and provider are circular and conflicting, and the bill applies different customer thresholds in different sections, inviting confusion and arbitrary enforcement. The other parts of my testimony might be addressed by the sponsor's amendments, so I look forward to reviewing those. But for those reasons, CCIA respectfully urges that the committee oppose House Bill 382. We remain eager to work with lawmakers on solutions that expand broadband access while preserving competition, innovation, and lawful regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin with delegates Queen, then Arentz, Howard, and then Wyville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for CTIA, I believe. So you mentioned the providers you work with, and I'm assuming some of them service New York, which the sponsor mentioned has such a program. So could you provide some insights into, you mentioned the funding approach here, how this proposal may be different from what New York is doing and why you would have opposition?
Yes, I'd be happy to address that. So I will first point to what one of the previous witnesses said, where she said, this bill is modeled off New York. I can't say it much better than that. It is not a verbatim bill, in fairness to the sponsors. But if you follow the pathway that the bill takes, it creates a broadband advisory council that is required to establish a specific rate-regulated plan. And then our members, our providers, would be mandated to offer those plans. And so respectfully to the bill sponsor, I'm not sure how that is not a price mandate. And I will also emphasize what my colleague said, that one provider, so just as background, the New York law was passed in 2021. It went through various legal proceedings. It didn't go into effect, delegate, until 2025, early last year. And one provider that the other witness mentioned promptly chose to cease offering internet service plans in that state.
Madam Chair, just briefly, when you look at the minimum load, the broadband speed and all that stuff, that package that they offer here, 100 megabits per second download, 200, where does that fall in your rates? Do you have any idea where a package of that nature, where does that come out in your rate system?
Is that a question for me, delegate?
How much you're, I'm sorry?
Was that question for me?
We were trying to make sure we follow the rules. Who responds?
Pick and choose.
So, Delegate, first of all, I would be happy to get back to you on that type. I understand exactly what you're asking. Our members hold that information somewhat closely, but I will try to answer it as best I can in that I did listen to the sponsor speak as much about speeds as cost. And I really want to emphasize for the industry that I represent is the wireless industry, which is different than cable and broadband. We offer what's called fixed wireless access. It's a relatively new technology, and I'm happy to go beyond that. But what I'll emphasize is that it is one of the most affordable broadband options, but it differs by provider, of course. But number two, it meets the speed requirements that you all were talking about before. And so I wanted to touch on that speeds element, and Delegate, I'd be happy to get back to you in terms of the actual prices. But I will just add, sorry, one more thing, sir. The price ranges that our members offer are often well within the range of a lot of the affordability conversations that are happening here in Maryland and elsewhere. It's the mandate piece that we have a real issue with.
Okay, historically, if I go and check my speed, everybody has those speed monitors. How often do you think on a package of this nature, do you think you'd fall under the minimum and be open for litigation?
The minimum speed standards?
Yeah.
For our members, and I never want to say something as declarative as 100%, but for the offerings that our members offer, that fixed wireless, almost all, if not all, fall within the FCC requirements of 100/20.
Okay. But when I do my speed check, I sometimes don't get anywhere near what I'm quoted.
Delegate, I can't speak to the offering that you have. I'd be happy to follow up with you.
You can speak to your offering. Do you ever get that complaint?
So that's where I was going with our fixed wireless access falls within the range.
So it falls every time I log on to do my speed test, you're within specs.
Again, Delegate, I can't speak to the offering in your home. I apologize, sir. But I can speak generally for what our industry offers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just trying to, if you could help me with the pricing. Ma'am, you said that you were concerned about the bill's impact on pricing, but the bill sponsor said they specifically are focused on speed and not pricing. Can you clarify how the bill would affect pricing?
Certainly. So I'm going to try to pull up where exactly it is on the sheet here.
I know it talks about price increases and all that. I don't know that it sets up.
Okay, so we talk about the page 4, section, and I apologize, section B, part 3. They do talk about the increases that can occur. The max is there. We have language in there. The CTIA might be able to speak a little bit better to that regarding.
So it restricts the price increases, but it's not setting a base price, correct? Or is it?
Not specifically, but they are talking about having that committee, and I apologize. I'm trying to find where it is. Broadband Advisory Board. Sorry, folks, I'm trying to do too many things.
Take your time.
Thank you.
A minute. You were concerned about
yes,
the pricing and it's affecting your ability to meet the requirements of, I believe, the federal requirements. So
on page 7, sorry, I was already still on page 3. On page 7, section A, part 2, the purpose of the advisory board is to establish that definition of what a low-cost broadband service option. So what is the definition of, that would include sort of where the prices come from.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. CTIA. So it looks like an opt-out is dependent on two parts, 20,000 people, and then an undue burden as determined by the OSB. Who establishes what that undue burden should? I mean, obviously the OSB does, right? But like, where does that come from? What are they drawing that up from? Is there any, like, I don't know, something that's being used in other states as far as establishing that undue burden? Is that flexible? Does that change over time? I'm unclear. And I don't know if you can answer, because I know this is a little bit down into the weeds, but I think it's very important that we get to what that undue burden is as defined, who changes it, how it gets changed. You see, almost like a rate case at PSC. So how is that done?
Yes, Delegate, and I'm going to apologize in advance if part of my answer is repeating what I've already said, so bear with me. This bill is so I think the advocates and from our industry can all agree on one thing. There are now approximately 6 to 8 states that have price mandate bills introduced in their legislatures. That is what we call them. Most of what is in this bill is in those bills as well, because they are price mandates. And I understood the delegate's question as well. This bill does not list a specific price, but it does create a very clear pathway to set that price, which is why and so to answer your specific question, sir, those elements about those opt-outs, those do exist in those other states and those other bills as well, which is really why I keep emphasizing that we feel this is essentially the same thing.
And even based on that, in New York, you had a major carrier pull out.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
And I will say, Delegate, New York's law has some similar opt-outs as well.
Sure. And based on that, they pulled out. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony, and I appreciate that you started talking to the sponsor. I think potentially what we also agree on, maybe, is that we want everyone in the state to have access to quality service that actually allows them to have their pediatrician appointments and go to school and all those kinds of things, and at a reasonable price, right? I think part of what you're saying is that you think that it is already available at a reasonable price, right? That's kind of your point about the prices going down. Is that what you're saying?
I think we always have work to do, but yes.
Okay, and so I'm in the hopes that there is a dialogue that's going to continue to happen between you and the sponsor. I guess I'm trying to understand as I read the bill, and so again, I think tell me if I'm wrong about that, if you read it differently, but as I read it, it sets the minimum standard of what's an acceptable service level. And then it says to this advisory committee, tell us what you think is an acceptable price range, what's an affordable price range. And then essentially companies can either follow that or not, because if they were required to follow it, we would lose BEAD funding, right? Which is the concern, right, that everyone's raised. Is there a place where if you don't follow it, the price, not the quality of the service, is there a place where, I'm trying to figure out how it's a mandate. I understand what you're saying is other states it is a mandate. And part of why I'm asking that is I'm looking at are there ways to make this work? Are there ways to make this kind of a bill work that sort of work for everyone? So let me stop there and you can tell me where the mandate sort of part of it comes in.
Yeah, absolutely, Madam Vice Chair. So I will commit to, I've read this bill probably a dozen or 20 times.
Probably more than I have, yep. Go ahead, tell me.
At this point, I don't see how creation of a broadband advisory council that is required to establish a specific plan, providers would be required to offer that plan. I don't see how that isn't a mandate to,
A mandate off the plan, but not a mandate to put a price on it, right? Or that's what I'm trying to understand.
But that advisory council would still decide what that low-cost service option price would be, and then we would be required to offer it. So that advisory council could set it at $1 if they wanted to.
Let me ask it this way. Sorry, still in the hopes of consensus. I think because the sponsor is saying that's not his intent, I just wonder if you might work with him to clarify, because I'm not seeing that. But maybe there's language that makes it clearer that these are our recommended guidelines in the state, or these are our, you know what I'm saying? That make it not because I share your concern about losing BEAD funding. So maybe it's more of an encouragement to work with him, because I still don't see it that way, but if you do, then maybe there's the potential to work together on that.
We would welcome that opportunity.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
And again, Madam Vice Chair, I'm only going off of what the other witnesses were saying, that when I do hear them say this is modeled off New York, it's hard to reach a different conclusion than what I've shared in the last.
I hear you. And and maybe it was to begin with, but that doesn't mean that what we pass has to be New York, right? We're Maryland, we get to do it our way. So maybe we find that path here, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill requires, of course, a low-income broadband program with minimum speed standard, limits on price increases, and annual reporting to the Office of Statewide Broadband, and enforcement under the Consumer Protection Act. My question to the industry leader would be, which specific provision creates the greatest concern for your companies? And is there a targeted adjustment that could address that concern while still preserving the bill's affordability goal?
So my answer to your question, was that for me, sir? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
My greatest concern, to be frank with you, with this committee, is that, and you've heard me say that our perspective, based on not just my analysis, is that this is a price mandate. But if you play out how this bill would work and function, the bill passes, this advisory council gets created, and then hypothetically, this question of an artificial price mandate in Maryland may never come back to this legislature. And so that is, to answer your question, that is, I think, the most troublesome part of this, because this is an important conversation about affordability and how we address it. And the way that we read this bill is what I just described as what would be the end result of walking down the pathway that this bill creates.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of my favorite questions that I don't think I've used yet in this committee is there, because right now you're in opposition, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so is there anything that you, that could be changed in the bill that would make you say yes?
It becomes, sorry, once again, it comes down to what we're worried about, this creation of what would be considered a price control, right? So this is, your board sets up the rate, and that's what it is. That would be a big concern. I'm very interested in seeing the sponsor, the data storage, that's been changed. I think that was now data use. I'm really interested in seeing that. But that, it's, once again, here's your mandate for what you have to charge at the end. That's a real concern.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. Thank you. That concludes the bill hearings on House Bill 382. We'll now go back to House Bill 402. Delegate Holmes is with us. You can begin when ready, Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the esteemed Economic Matters Committee. It's a little unusual for me to be here to present these pieces of legislation, but I appreciate the honor to be here. One of the things that I wanted to let you all know that typically with this particular subject matter, each year I send out a booklet to all those in the Speaker's office, the President of the Senate, JPR, and members of Housing and Real Property, because in this single book are all of the laws for HOAs, condos, and co-ops. Because of the committee revisions, you haven't received your book yet, but you will, each one of you will get one of these which has all of the laws relevant to this particular subject matter. And like I said, I've been sending these out for about a decade to those persons who are reviewing these kinds of things, sometimes even to the members of the back row caucus. And sometimes, Madam Chair, I have these issues relevant to HOAs, condos, and co-ops. This particular bill, HB 402, I want to make sure you understand why this particular piece of legislation is absolutely necessary. And I have expressed my concerns to the governor's office. I have also expressed my concerns to the Secretary of Housing. And the Secretary of Housing is on board with them taking leadership of this particular legislation and the jurisdiction, and you might hear from them at some point. the current process of dispute resolution is failed. If any person has a dispute within their HOA, condo, or co-op, unless they are in a local CCOC, they almost have no place to go. The only exceptions to that is Prince George's County, is Montgomery County, and to a lesser extent, Prince George's County. In Montgomery County, there is a CCOC, Commission for Common Ownership Communities. There's also a CCOC in Prince George's County. The model that I have put into HB 402 is patterned after the Montgomery County CCOC for a very specific reason. In Montgomery County, if you have a dispute, and dispute is outlined in the bill, you can go to the Montgomery County CCOC and file a complaint. When you file that complaint, there's a process that takes place. And throughout that process, one of the issues that helps to resolve is there is a panel that is established. A panel consists of a panel chair. It consists of a professional member. I am one of the professional members in Montgomery County CCOC, and also consists of a resident. Those three members sit and judge the dispute. That's what I would like to have throughout the entire state of Maryland. Some place for persons to go if there is a dispute. Currently, the way the process works is if you don't live in Montgomery County, you can go to Prince George's County CCOC. And I may add also, just today, I co-signed a bill for another jurisdiction to create their own CCOC because there are numerous jurisdictions throughout the state that want their own CCOC. As a sidebar, this legislation does not circumvent any of the local CCOCs being in charge of their own jurisdiction. This bill does not circumvent that. This bill takes up when there is no local CCOC. You can now go, with this bill, go to DHCD. In Montgomery County, as I was saying, a panel sits as judge. And once that panel makes a decision, that panel then acts like the district court, and if you appeal that, it goes to the circuit court. So there is an appeal process. There currently, as I indicated, there is no place in this entire state where anyone can go to get assistance, and like I said, unless you live in Montgomery County or Prince George's County. I do know that you all have some unfavorable and some favorable reports, and I don't want to go through each of them, but I want to make sure you understand the necessity of this. Some of the unfavorable reports that you have received talk about the necessity of training. And I agree with that, except that training is not mandatory currently for anyone except Montgomery County. If boards of directors took the training processes, they would understand how these bylaws, the CCCR, covenants, conditions, and restrictions, how they work within their own CCOC, with their own bylaws and their HOAs. We also need to make sure, ladies and gentlemen, that when something takes place, a voice is heard without having to hire an attorney. Some persons, when they have these disputes, and again, I go back to the AG, Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office, you can file a complaint with the Attorney General's office, and they will assist in mediation. If either party decides not to mediate, then there's nothing else that the AG's office can do to assist a person. Again, which is why this particular piece of legislation is in front of you. I'm sure that a lot of you have a lot of questions, and I don't want to take up too much of my time discussing it with you. I want to hear what you have to say so that I can address your issues and we can get more specific to the point that you are concerned about. And with Madam Speaker, I will.
Hello, my name is William Steinwittle. I'm the Deputy Advocacy Director for Homeownership Preservation at the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau, and we testify in strong support of House Bill 402. Unfortunately, through the work that we do, we see a lot of disputes with HOAs that we have to get involved in that really are beyond sort of our skills to really fix through litigation or through bankruptcy or through other tools. I represent a client who suffers from severe mental illness, who sends her HOA fees like clockwork to the PO box that she is instructed to send it to. However, they are so slow with depositing them, sometimes it sits for more than 90 days and they return the checks to her. So multiple times I've gotten calls from her saying, I'm going to hurt myself because I'm going to lose my house. And I have to intercede in those situations to try to help her with her HOA. With this law, this may have been avoided right from the beginning. In addition, I also represented another person who sent a $700 check to cure her HOA default. When she asked, they said, oh, we see that, after they had sued, oh, we see that, and then they promptly filed an amended complaint and charged more attorney's fees when this could have been resolved without litigation at least 3 months before. Finally, I'm currently representing a homeowner trying to sell land to preserve her home that is an HOA, and I got a call from opposing counsel that said the HOA wanted me to talk to her about her dog not abiding by the terms of the HOA. Now, I might be a lot of things, but a veterinarian or a kennel owner, I am not. So for those reasons, I urge a strong report on, Legal Aid testifies in strong support of House Bill 402. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I take questions, I have a question of my own. So Delegate Holmes, you mentioned in your testimony that there was opposition and some of it referred to training, but I was looking on the opposition testimony. So the judiciary is one of your opposition. So I just wanted to understand, they say that, I wanted to ask you, they cite that language is not clear, that the appeals language, court of competent jurisdiction language is unclear. So I just pointed out two of those points. Is that something that could be worked out as language with the judiciary, and have you had conversations?
I have not yet had conversations because, quite frankly, I just received this morning. So I was not aware of what their concerns were. But I am going to be having conversations with them because as I indicated at the very beginning, the goal is to make the process much like the Montgomery County process, where the panel sits as the district court and the appeal goes to the circuit court. And so I'm going to make sure that I explain that a little bit better in an amendment forthcoming.
Thank you. We'll begin with Delegate Pippi, then Roberts, and then Queen.
Wow, usually we're having these discussions on the floor, but now you got to come to ECM, so.
I still have the microphone.
You do have the microphone. And that is how you hold it, so that's good, that's funny. All right, so thank you, Madam Chair. So here's my question, and it kind of, you got to it toward the end, but you said there's nowhere for these people to go, but existingly, they would file a complaint. They'd file a lawsuit, correct?
Your statement is two separate things. A complaint is different than a lawsuit, according to the Attorney General's office.
All right, well, I'll rephrase so we're clear. They would file a lawsuit.
You can file a lawsuit, that is correct. You file a lawsuit, yes, absolutely correct. You can file a lawsuit about anything.
Yeah, so like.
But here.
All right, so that was a question, right? And I'll get to the second part and then you can answer it if that's all right.
Sure, yeah, sure.
So here's my thing, right? So you're a member of an HOA, right, and you have some disagreement with whatever, the board, the declaration documents, the HOA documents, somebody's not following what they're doing, what they're supposed to be doing. So that person could file a lawsuit, in district court or in circuit court if they want to force the HOA to do something that they're not doing. So and maybe because you said something about an attorney, that they're forced to go get an attorney. So is that system not working for you, and that's what you're trying to fix?
Yeah. Most times when you hire an attorney at whatever their hourly rate is, you do get some type of outcome from that, which is justifiable based upon the law. What I'm attempting to do here is exactly the same thing without having to hire an attorney. And then again, I'm using the Montgomery County model as an example. You do have the opportunity to file a complaint for a dispute, but instead of paying $300 per hour, you can pay $50 with the Montgomery County CCOC and have this panel sit to make judgment on which side is just based upon the Maryland law. And that's what I'm trying to get to, is so that we can have our citizens have an opportunity to have these disputes taken care of in a fiscally responsible manner.
But couldn't you hire the guy next to you for free? I mean, you were legal aid, right?
Yes.
What does legal aid do in Maryland?
We do handle HOA disputes, but sometimes they fall within a group.
Do you charge people for your
No,
legal
absolutely
services?
not,
All right,
sir.
so my point is you see what I'm getting at?
But there's a lot of things that fall within a gray area. Like our main goal with HOAs is to, prevent foreclosure and collection, is not to litigate, who let the squirrel into the back door. That's not our job. That's not a legal matter, Right. And, if you're low income, you're not going to pay somebody to handle that. I mean, that's just not realistic.
But the problem is, and I'll just say it, right, is that you want to put this in the Office of Consumer Protection.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold tight. Hold on there.
Okay.
There are amendments coming to change the jurisdiction from the AG's office because.
Was that mentioned before?
No.
Okay. All right.
No. I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize. But the amendments are forthcoming to change it from the AG's office to the Department of Housing and Community Development. Okay? And the reason why I wanted to put it into the Department of Housing and Community Development is for two reasons. The AG's office indicated that they needed more staffing to handle this, as opposed to DHCD's office, who already have staff that can handle some of these things and don't need as many new positions in DHCD. That's why and again, I've had conversations with the Governor's office and the Secretary of Housing, and everyone seems to be on board with that. So the staffing requirement for DHCD is less than the staffing requirement from the AG's office to handle this.
Okay. I was just going to say, because if you put it, in my opinion, only in my opinion, but if you put something like this in the Division of Consumer Protection, that says something. You know what I mean? I don't know how objective or it's not like a third-party mediator of some sort that doesn't have, from some of the bills and some of the testimony we get in here on other landlord-tenant type bills and such, it kind of says something. But it's a moot point because there's an amendment coming that would bring it somewhere else.
That is correct.
All right, we'll roll with that.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I'm curious, though, because I don't know Montgomery County's model, but I do know Prince George's County's model, or lack of. And I just wanted to know why you chose Montgomery County over Prince George's County's model. What were the differences?
Sure. I can explain that in very great detail. Because of my background, as I indicated earlier, there are two CCOCs in the entire state of Maryland. CCOC, Commission for Common Ownership Community. I am a professional commissioner on both the Montgomery County CCOC and the Prince George's County CCOC. I hold some of the certifications that you'll see in all the other things, certified manager of community associations, association management specialist, yada, yada, yada. So I am a member of both Montgomery County and Prince George's County, the only two that are there. Being on the Montgomery County CCOC and seeing how they have more alternative dispute resolution process within their charter, that's why I chose the Montgomery County model. Now, I did have a bill passed last year to increase the alternative dispute resolution process in the Prince George's County CCOC, and they are just beginning to implement that now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so at some point, the Prince George's County CCOC, based upon HB 360 last year, they will have the alternative dispute resolution, much like Montgomery County. Mm-hmm. But the Montgomery County model has been proven to work over a longer period of time, and it is not necessary to rewrite all of the text to create it. It's just duplicating the text from a working model of the Montgomery County.
I mean, and you know, I mean, I'm pretty sure Montgomery County's model is way better than Prince George's County model. In fact, I didn't even, I mean, up until now, I wasn't, I mean, not up until now, up until I became a member of the General Assembly, I didn't even know there was a place to go to resolve any issues with condos, because I knew that there was something, it just felt like it was in name only. The AG's office really wasn't all that helpful. So my question, I guess, is, because this is a long bill.
Yes, it is.
What are the, okay, so let's just say that the issues are resolved. As a result of going through the COC, the commission, through the commission. Mm-hmm. And what if the problem still persists?
Okay, good question. I'm going to answer your question in a two-part series here. If you go through an existing CCOC, let me back up. If you have an existing CCOC, mm-hmm. This bill does not remove their authority at all. If you have an existing CCOC, that stays in place mm-hmm. because they are now addressing and taking care of those issues. If you don't have an existing CCOC, then you go through this panel that will be established for other jurisdictions in the state that don't have one. Mm-hmm. That's how it would work.
Right, but my question is, whether you go to Montgomery County's, Prince George's County, or the newly created, because I like it, okay? But if you go to any one of the commissions and and we go through the process of having the dispute resolved, what if the issue still persists?
Oh, I understand totally. As I indicated at the top, the panel, the panel of the CCOC sits like a judge in a court. Mm-hmm. The panel chair must be an attorney, there must be a professional member, and there must be a resident member. Once a decision is made by that panel, it acts like a district council decision. You can appeal that decision, it then goes to the circuit court. Mm-hmm. Like any other law case, I'm not a lawyer and I don't play one on TV, but any court case that you're into, if you have an appeal, you can go to the next highest level. That still is in place with this.
Mm-hmm. I guess I just want to know, what are the sanctions for different things? Whether it's the HOA board or the condo association board, you know, where they're not following up on their responsibilities, or, and the reason why I'm asking is because I don't, you know, I don't want, I don't want this law to be created if it's not going to accomplish anything. Like, what it's supposed to accomplish. You see what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, and that's one of the reasons why, unfortunately, the bill is so long. Because in my engineering brain, I always think as an engineer, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. I like to get all of the items there so that you don't have to interpret anything. It's all laid out point by point by point in terms of what takes place first, second, third, et cetera, and what the resolution should be. And if there's a question about the resolution, there's another place to go, like in a normal court system.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for bringing this bill, and yes, thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, sponsor, for bringing some of this the bill to us. Some of my questions, I think, got answered when you told me it's not in the Office of Attorney General, because being from Montgomery County, I was trying to figure out why you were putting this in the Office of Attorney General.
Well, let me pause there for a minute. The original bill was in the Office of the Attorney General only because currently that's where you would go to file for the two people coming together and talk about it. So I thought it may be a good spot there, but they need more. They need more staff.
Right. Well, and so I guess my understanding, and I didn't learn a lot about the CCOC, as the delegate mentioned, until I got here, and I was having calls about the sort of disputes between neighbors, and I would tell them, you have a CCOC in Montgomery County that's supposed to address this. Basically stop calling me. So the CCOC, my understanding though, when you talked about costs, the CCOC is voluntary in Montgomery County. I don't think they're paid. Are they paid?
Yes. I mean, no. The panel chair, the lawyer, the professional member, and the residential member, yes, they are all volunteers. That is correct. Okay. We volunteer our time. When I sit on a panel, it may start at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening, and it'll last till 1 o'clock in the morning, and then we have to recess until the next day.
Okay, and so the idea is that you're trying to resolve issues so that they don't bubble up to higher levels, that you try to prevent people from having lawsuits between neighbors, because you're talking about neighbors having issues with neighbors.
That is correct. I would prefer for every jurisdiction in the state to have their own CCOC.
Right.
That's what I would prefer. And as such, I've outlined in the bill the language that each jurisdiction needs to put together to have their own CCOC. And like I said earlier, just today I co-sponsored another jurisdiction to have their own CCOC. I look forward to all of you coming on board, because if we can resolve these issues at the local level, it'll be much easier for everyone.
Okay, so I guess I was assuming that maybe the amendment, and I haven't seen the amendment, would just be the encouragement to establish a CCOC and then maybe point them to the different models versus having it in this law.
Yeah. There is some language in the current bill right now that I still need to clarify that does outline how a local CCOC should be established. But I need to make some additional amendments to that based upon some of the information that I received today in terms of your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Testimony.
Thank you, Chair. So, Delegate, you have to go to page 18, in my opinion, to get to the point where you're trying to solve a problem. And the problem is when two parties come into conflict, you're choosing a hearing panel over the courts. And I'm mildly curious why you're choosing a hearing panel over the courts. Everything else in the bill is this element of how do we get people together, how do we try to solve things in a modest and a cooperative way. Well, HOA things don't fall like that. If there's real conflict, it ultimately goes to the court. You're choosing a hearing panel over the court. Why?
I'll explain it in great detail for you.
Well, don't do it in great detail because the chairman probably wants to move on, but I'll take the quick answer.
I'll be brief. And again, and again, I'll use the Montgomery County model. What we do monthly, we sit down and we hear complaints from the community in Montgomery County. The lawyer tells us, does that complaint fall within the law of state of Maryland? Yes, it does. Was that law violated? Yes, it is, or no, it was not. If that law was violated, then a panel is chosen to hear that dispute. If the law was violated. So first step is to hear the dispute between the two people. The attorney looks at the law and says, 11-126 of the code was violated, therefore a panel needs to be established.
No. The judge gets to decide that. You're taking away my ability to go to the court of law and get a decision.
No, sir, I am not taking.
That's what the hearing panel does. I know you can ultimately get to the circuit court, but I'm simply saying that your bill, and I'm getting to the point where what you're trying to solve, you're trying to solve irreconcilable differences between two parties with a hearing panel instead of the judiciary. And you're doing this, if I am articulating your position to me, is because you think a hearing panel can better decide a decision like this than a judge.
I take objection to the word a hearing panel can better decide. A hearing panel.
It's the basis of your bill.
I'll wait for you to finish.
No, it's the basis of your bill.
Are you complete? A hearing panel sits and listens to the exact same law that a judge would. The exact same arguments are made at the panel and at the judge. The exact same laws are reviewed. If something happens in your example of going to a court, you disagree with that, you then can appeal it. The same kind of thing that is in this bill right here. And it's working. It has worked, and it's been proven to work for a number of years, decades.
The courts work too.
Yes, sir. I'll let you finish.
Are you assuming the courts don't work?
That is not what I said. What I'm saying is that we should have the opportunity to have a dispute settled without paying a lawyer $200 per hour and go to an opportunity to pay for a dispute when the dispute has been proven to work.
I would still pay $200 an hour for my attorney to represent me in a hearing panel. What I would not get is, in my opinion, potentially a third party that's not unbiased reading the law.
And young man,
by the way, I missed this on the House floor. You and I are getting. I
miss it too.
All right, you get the last word. You and I are back and forth, and we don't like that.
And young man, you still have this opportunity to bypass it and get a lawyer. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I appreciate watching your words. Thank you so much. I was about to use the gavel. Looks like we don't have further additional questions. Thank you, Delegate Holmes and your panel.
Thank you.
We have a couple more favorable.
Such a pleasure.
We have a couple more favorable and favorable with amendment, but I'm going to call you up at the same time, given we have enough seats here, and if you could just specify which you are. Lisa May, Jeannie Hyatt, Lori Graff, and Robert Enton.
I'll go ahead and start. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lori Graff. I'm here as representing the Maryland Building Industry Association. I recognize that this is a new subject matter for you, although I know you've debated it on the floor. We have a long history of working with Delegate Holmes on various issues dealing with HOA and condo law. You saw the big book. It's very complicating. There's a lot of things in it. We're here to support with amendments on this bill as we have in past years. This is not the first time this bill's been heard. Our concerns have much more to do with how it interplays with current law. Currently, we register with the Secretary of State as HOA and condos, and we submit certain documents. It's unclear if the registration is duplicitous or if we the changes, how that is happening. So we'd like some more clarity on that. Some of the definitions in the bill are also somewhat broad, but we'd be happy to work with the delegate to try to tighten it up and support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors here in favor. Condo and HOA oversight has long been a top issue for our organization and dare I say a source of frustration for our members. It is one of the top issues that our legal hotline and our legal team receives comments and questions about. And just by way of background, there are over 1.1 million Maryland residents who live within condo and HOA associations. And our state has a higher percentage of properties that are within condo and HOA associations than the national average. Somewhere in the mid 30% of all of our properties reside within these associations. And they control thousands or hundreds of thousands or even more of their members' dollars. They can levy fines. They can place liens on the property. In some cases, they have more authority than state or local governments. And in some cases, they exceed the authority that has been granted to them by state and local governments because they're largely left to operate without oversight. As Lori mentioned, Delegate Holmes has worked on this issue for many, many years. This is not a complaint of the staff in the Attorney General's office that work under our current framework. It's more a complaint about our current framework, and we see that as being in need of attention. We look forward to working with you on the discussion around this issue on both these and other bills that you'll hear this session. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jean Hyatt, and I represent myself, but my experience mirrors many condo owners and HOA owners in Maryland. I came here last year not knowing very much with a group of 3 ladies, and we now have over 500 owners statewide who have said, good for you, speak for us. But I speak for myself today. Delegate Holmes may be surprised at this because I'm often on the other side, but I would vote favorable on this bill because I agree with him. The current system, and I quote, the current system of dispute resolution has failed. And as the young woman to my left has said, because state laws have given boards absolute power and taken so much from owners, and while many boards are good, many are not, and there are many abusive, and owners have nowhere to go. The OAG is wonderful. I've talked to Karen Strawn many times, like them very much, but as she would say, there's a long backlog. I and others have filed a complaint about abuses of our board, and she has told us it's 2 to 3 months just to get to them, and then we can request, we can't mandate anything. The opposition may say, well, this incentivizes owners to make frivolous complaints. Well, the frivolous is subjective. I have known owners that have had to go to court, spend $30,000, 3 years later they win because the board has told them to tear up their lawns because the neighbor didn't like the grass and he wants artificial turf so that squirrels won't come on his lawn. Now these may seem frivolous, but we live with these things, abuses of power. And this omnibus bill, and I'm usually against more regulation, we're being crushed by all the regulation, but I'm not against this one because we need a place to go, somebody who can listen and help us with this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hyde, for speaking from the heart. We appreciate that. With that said, we'll start with Delegate Ampry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Lisa. Just want to get an idea. We know that this is modeled after we've heard a lot of conversation under what Montgomery County does. Would you say that in your experience that complaints and things that come from Montgomery County, has it been more useful that they have this system there in comparison to other counties, just so we can get an idea of how effective this could possibly be if it was statewide?
Yes, we have, and I will preface this by saying, realtors are a very small part of this. They were involved for a very short period of time, usually just during the real estate transaction. Right. If someone has a complaint 5 years after they've purchased their home, they're not necessarily going to come back to their realtor. Maybe they do to Delegate Ahrens, but usually they are not going to.
time is of the essence when these complaints come up, especially for those that come up during a real estate transaction. We may have 30 or maybe 45 days from start to finish. And so if you get into a dispute with your HOA, maybe on their inspection of your property, and maybe they charged you a fee that's in excess of what's in the code, you have 30 or 45 days to resolve that. You don't have time to go through the full court process or to go to the Attorney General's office, whose backlog might be months because the transaction has come and gone. So most people will just suck it up, because they want the transaction to go forward. So they will just be quiet and roll their eyes and move forward. I have not heard from our members that the Montgomery County process is failing in some way. It may still not be fast enough to resolve each and every one of those, but I think it is at least a lower barrier entry point for folks to begin to address these. Not all of them will be. You do still end up in court. You do still end up with the Attorney General's office getting involved in some of these disputes.
Got it. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 402. We'll now move on to House Bill 469, also Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your indulgence. I had many discussions with the ladies last year on this particular topic, and it's so good to see them here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, my name is Marvin Holmes.
Especially for those that come up during a real estate transaction. We may have 30 or maybe 45.
And I'm here this afternoon to discuss with you HB 469. HB 469 is a piece of legislation that requires condominiums to have liability, have the policies for insurance. It's called an HO6 policy in condominiums. If some of your homeowners, you have what is called an HO3 or HO4 policy, but in condominiums, it's called an HO6 policy. And I want to start out by telling you why this particular piece of legislation is necessary. If you own a condominium, and let's say, for example, you live on level number 3, you cause damage to level number 2, either your toilet overflows or your hot water tank line bursts. You cause damage to the second level. If you do not have insurance, your condominium insurance will have to step in your stead and pay for those damages. That is an unfair financial burden on the entire community that did not cause the damage. This bill, HB 469, is a bill that is being established so that if you live in a condominium, you must have insurance, and the amount of insurance for the liability is being moved from its current level of $10,000 to $25,000. And with me is Robin Manugian, who is an expert in insurance, and she will go into some of the details there. What we're doing is we are reducing the cost of everyone having to pay for an inadvertent, maybe, destruction that you caused. If you don't have the insurance, everyone in that community has to pay for this. And part of the legislation that you have before you has some information in there relevant to how these amounts are paid. And if you look at page 5 on the legislation, it shows you that you can pay the least of the cost of the repairs or $25,000. And like I said, my panel co-chair here will go through those in a minute. But in the long run, ladies and gentlemen, having HB 469 is a cost saving to everyone who lives in the community. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to allow, if you will, my co-panel chair to go further.
Good afternoon, Chair Valderrama, Co-Chair Charkoudian, members of the committee. My name is Robin Manoogian. I am a member of the Maryland Legislative Action Committee. We are a committee of CAI, which is the Community Associations Institute. I'm also a 32-year insurance agent. I do want to clarify that this bill is a reintroduction of House Bill 1541 from last session. It was designed to be a companion bill to increasing deductible responsibility for unit owners. So the way that we are insuring a condominium in Maryland, we cover the units exactly as they were conveyed, original grade specifications. If a loss originates in the unit, right now, present law is for the owner to pay the first $10,000 of that loss, even if the association has a higher deductible than $10,000. Because we are seeking in the current session an increase of that $10,000 to $25,000, we thought it would be a very good idea to make certain that we were not leaving owners out of pocket. So the way to do that is to fund an owner's responsibility through their HO6 policy. As Delegate Holmes explained, that is the policy, that's the condominium unit owner's policy. And through either the dwelling limit or the loss assessment coverage, an owner's responsibility for covering the deductible can be covered absent any true out-of-pocket. The only out-of-pocket expense would be the owner's own deductible, which can be as low as $250. We are seeing a tremendous swing in the insurance industry. Premiums are going up, deductibles are going up. We increased deductible responsibility in 2020 to $10,000, but that is not holding it anymore. We're seeing most condominium policies now subject to at least a $25,000 deductible, if not higher.
Thank you, Ms. Manoogian. We'll start with Delegate Pippy and then Ahrens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a bill a couple years ago that I think you, Delegate, you worked on, and this is kind of off track, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. There was an issue deciding whether communities that had both detached and attached units, and I had a community in my development where their heads popped off. They were like, because the insurance company sent every single person in that active adult community letters saying you had to get insurance, and they were very upset. So I want to make sure reading this that A, it clarifies very specifically who it applies to and who doesn't. The bill itself, I understand. I may disagree with parts of it, but the more important part is that clarification about what's a detached, what's not. Do you remember that whole deal?
That piece of legislation, sir, haunts me frequently.
I'm trying to help you out early so that there's no issues.
That. I do appreciate that. Yes, and to answer your question very specifically, because like my grandpa used to tell me when I was a little kid, you got to be more specific with your specificity, boy. Yeah. So to be more specific, this is only for condominiums, and it is not for the style of condominiums that previous bill haunted me for. And I'll let Robin expand upon it if she like.
So we did speak with your office. You may remember that we did go back and repair that. So that bill came to us because there was a developer on the Eastern Shore who produced single-family detached units that were built very close to one another, and he inadvertently built a condominium, and that was subject to that insurance. So his son brought the bill before the House, and we attempted to rectify it what we didn't realize is that the law was going to apply to all detached, even in communities like Delegate Pippi has mentioned, where those detached units were part of a larger association.
Right.
So I think it was in 25 or 24, we went back, corrected that law. It only now applies to associations that are made entirely of detached units. So this law would only apply, it does not apply to those detached units. Remember that when it's a detached unit, they have to cover the entirety of their structure if they are in a community that is 100% detached units.
And then my final piece, and then I'm done, and I certainly don't want to throw shade on any insurance companies, but my gut feeling is that if this bill were to pass, the insurance companies are going to immediately send out notices to all the condominium owners in the state saying, you got to get more insurance. Is that fair to say?
The problem that we're trying to adjust is because they are already doing that. They're already sending out notices to condominiums indicating that the cost to cover this has increased. And so some condominiums have on their own revised their bylaws, as Robin has already indicated, have revised their bylaws to increase the deductible to $250,000 or $100,000 on their own, just to take care of what the insurance companies are already doing.
Okay.
Like I said at the very beginning, this bill, I know it doesn't sound like it, is a cost savings to the community members.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By the way, that was an excellent bill that you put together. I think I was the problem on that one, by the way.
That was your bill.
Called me out like that? I mean, it was a very difficult bill, but I really appreciate all the work you put in on it. And I did too, by the way. But a question for you. If you have a mortgage, this isn't an issue, is that correct?
The H06 policy?
Yeah.
Yes, it is in addition to it.
What, go say that again?
So a mortgage is different than an insurance policy.
Okay,
So
but doesn't the bank require you to have insurance on your mortgage?
the bank requires, all lenders require that the association have master policy. So remember that the master policy is going to remain primary when there's a loss that originates in the unit. That master policy held by the condominium remains primary. The only thing that the owner would be responsible for is paying the deductible for that policy, and then up to $25,000. Really important. The bill that's in front of you is going through changes within bill drafting, and so some of the things that you're seeing, like requirements for several other coverages, personal property, loss of use, those are going away.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If I could, Madam Chair, if you could explain the cost differential of a condominium unit owner of having a $10,000 policy versus $25,000. How much would that person in that condominium unit have to extra pay?
So right now, of course, the deductible responsibility in Maryland is $10,000. To increase the coverage under the H06 to $25,000 is between $8 and $24 a year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I'm quite understanding.
Okay.
Right now, a condominium, my condominium, master policy, if something were to happen, I would have to be, I'm responsible for the first 10,000.
Only if the loss originates in your unit. So if the loss originates outside of your unit, outside of the building, from weather, then the association pays that deductible. The only time you're assigned deductible responsibility is if you cause the loss, if the loss originates in your unit or from a component that services only your unit.
That's what this bill says, or that is what?
That is law right now. We are just going to take that level from 10,000 to 25,000 so that we find parity with what the insurance industry is doing. They're simply not issuing many policies anymore with a $10,000 deductible.
And you said that you can fund it how? I'm going to ask these questions.
That's okay. You can ask as many questions because
No, because we got stuff to get to.
She really can't, but kindly so.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to talk with you offline.
Okay, sure.
But thank you for indulging her, Ms. Mannion. Yes, you can have a separate conversation offline. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No
Thank
more
you so
questions
much.
for your panel. We have a couple more favorable with Amendment 1 in person, 1 virtual. Is there Scott Silverman here to testify?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Scott Silverman. I am a community association attorney of more than 30 years and also now the vice chair of CAI, Community Association Institute's Maryland Legislative Action Committee. In addition to what my colleague, Ms. Manoogian, presented, I also wanted to make sure the committee understands that historically, Maryland has moved from what used to be honest with you, a complete nightmare. In the old days, before 11-114 of the Condo Act was revised, we had litigation to determine what to do with the master policy deductible, where it went, who was responsible for it, what have you. Fortunately, the legislature changed that and created what I'll call, for lack of better terms, no-fault insurance, so that now, the master policy will cover everything as primary, and the only way that a unit owner can be assigned responsibility, again, is if the loss originates in their unit. This is a far better way to allocate risk between the unit owner and the condominium than what used to be. And the only alternative to using insurance to manage that risk would be if the legislature would permit condominiums the power to go into individual units, irrespective of their unit owner's wishes, and frankly upgrade the components that are causing these losses, like old dishwashers, old washing machines, tubs, plumbing, things like that. Since we can't upgrade the components that are causing the losses, the only way we can manage them is to use insurance to allocate the risk between them. Thank you very much, and we urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silverman. There are no questions for you. We do have a virtual. Mr. Steve Levin.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we just can't see you.
Okay, there I am. All right. So my name is Steve Levin. I've been condo board president for 12 years of a condo association located in Quarry Lake community of Baltimore County, District 11. I know this committee is relatively new to dealing with condo issues, and most people, even condo residents, have no idea how the insurance between the association master policy and their own individual condo networks, condo insurance works. That was touched on in one of the questions here. But the Council of Unit Owners, the master policy, is responsible, as Robin Manoogian said, for restoring the building, common areas, and units to the as-delivered condition at the first sale. And that if the loss originates in a unit, the unit owner is assessed the lower of the cost to repair or the Council of Unit Owners deductible in its master policy, or the amount is specified by statute, which is currently $10,000. The association is responsible either directly or through its master policy for anything else. And it's going to be a hard concept to grasp, and I detailed it in my written testimony. If you're unsure, you can look at it, and it's also in 11-114 in the Condo Act. So the unit owner, of course, is always responsible for his own personal belongings, new betterments, loss of use, etc. Many condominiums have master policy deductibles of higher than $10,000 for various reasons. But whenever there is a loss that the association has to fund the deductible, when the loss originates in a unit, the unit owner can only be assessed the amount of deductible up to the statutory limit, regardless of how much damage there is, and also regardless of how much of his own insurance he has. So if an insurance association has 25,000 deductible and the statute limits the assessment to 10,000, then the association has to eat the other $15,000 for each and every unit responsible loss. So it's not just once a year. So thank you very much. If you have questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Seeing that we have no questions, thank you for your time and your testimony. We will now move on to the opposition. Jeannie Paulhaus and Jeannie Hyatt. Please begin.
Okay. Hello, again, thank you for your time. My name is Jean Hyatt, representing myself, mirroring a lot of other people. Condo owners, particularly, are being bombarded with regulations. I hope maybe you could put yourself in our place with one regulation after another. One owner recently said to me, I'm wondering, will the next law be how many breaths we can take in a second? I mean, that's kind of how it feels. However, having said that, I wouldn't be as opposed to this provision if some of the provisions were taken out. For example, there is a provision that if the board, again, the all-powerful board, looks over your policy and they don't feel it's acceptable, it doesn't meet the requirements, they can, without your consent, buy a policy, take that premium, apply it to your monthly fee, and you've got to pay it. Now, you might say, well, just don't pay it. Well, then they can start charging you late fees or do liens. So you really have no choice, and it takes away some power. Another provision is that you have to cover 12 months of alternative housing. Some people may need that, but other people may have friends, relatives, they'll never need it. So why should you have to pay for something that you don't feel you ever need? Again, it's taking away the rights of a consumer to choose. So while I'm not strongly opposed, I'm opposed to many of the provisions that take away the rights. My last question is, should the government be in the insurance business? Ms. Mnuchin has said, well, insurance companies are already raising it, and that is their right. They can make a deductible and force you to buy insurance $100,000. So thank you. My feeling is just the government should not be in the insurance business. Thank you.
You ready for me? Good afternoon, Chairman Valderrama and Vice Chairman Charkoudian. My name is Jeannie Pohlhaus, and I am a condo owner in the village of Cross Keys in Baltimore City. First of all, our insurance deductible had been $5,000 for damage from an owner's unit to the common area or areas. Then it was raised 2 years ago to $10,000. Now the insurance industry wants to raise it to $25,000. On top of that, with House Bill 469, Delegate Holmes, once again, would like to mandate that all condo owners across the state of Maryland purchase another insurance policy to act as a fill-in for any part of the deductible that the condo owner cannot meet. He says that if the condo owner does not purchase this insurance, then the association can purchase a policy and charge the condo owner and bill them as a special assessment on their dues. Condo owners know full well how much financial risk they can handle. How absurd is this? It's like you getting a policy for your car, and you go and you've had no accidents ever in 20 years of driving, and yet somebody down the streets had 3 accidents in the last year and a half, and they want you to pay the same policy rate that he's paying. That's absolutely ridiculous. This bill does not differentiate between the types of condos, garden style, less than 3 stories, which I am in, mid-rise buildings, small townhouses, large townhomes, patio homes, and high-rises. These various styles of condos come with their own level of risk. Some have high level and others, like mine, have no risk. Even if a particular condo association has not had any incidents affecting their common areas, they are being mandated to carry the same insurance that another neighborhood that has had problems problems. That's not fair. I live in a garden-style condo which has absolutely no interior common area. We have small grassy areas in front of our buildings, but our entrances are open to the exterior with concrete little foyers and steel stairways. All of these draconian insurance bills and other mandatory regulations for condos, I really do need to finish this because it's so important. We are losing our homes. Need to be applied according to type of condo. To pass a law with a broad stroke across the condos in the state of Maryland is not only unconscionable, but it must be illegal. And believe me, if this passes, we will investigate the legality of forcing condo owners to purchase something that does not apply to where they live. The state of Florida, where it all started, realized this fact, and they've amended their condo law to separate the types of condos and apply the risk accordingly. The Cross Keys ladies started out as a volunteer group for 9 condo neighborhoods in the village of Cross Keys, but now we have accumulated condo owners from all across the state of Maryland due to our success with passing Senate Bill 63 last year. We are still volunteers, but we are so fortunate that this is an election year. And remember that insurance companies do not vote, but condo owners do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pohlhaus and Ms. Hyatt, for taking time out of your busy schedule to testify before us.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions for you, ladies, but thank you kindly for being here today.
Thank you.
With no further questions, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 469. We'll now move on to House Bill 243, Land Use Comprehensive and General Plans.
Good afternoon. Good to see you again. Chair Valderrama and Vice Chair Charkoudian, thank you, and the members. We are back. For the record, I am Rebecca Flora, Secretary, Maryland Department of Planning, and
for the record, Chuck Boyd, Maryland Department of Planning, Assistant Secretary for Planning Services.
We are here in support of House Bill 243, and it's related to the comprehensive plans and general plans and alterations of elements. You have a written summary of this. I'm going to try to give you just a quick overview of what this is, because it's messy. It's long, it's got a lot of pieces to it, and so what I'd like to do is just break it down for you to make it a little bit easier for what we're trying to do. First of all, what we are doing is essentially tackling, with support of many, you'll see there's many support letters in there, tackling really trying to get to a better, more concise, simplified version of how we do comprehensive planning in the state of Maryland. We're doing that in an incremental way. We are trying to bring a slew of stakeholders along with us. You'll see some of the letters of support we have are not only MACO with amendments, which we've discussed, they're very minor, not a problem for us, along with NAOP, National Association of Industrial and Office Parks, and we also have the League of Conservation Voters, not to mention some of our sister agencies. So when you can bring those kind of groups together with you to move along through what we consider to be a journey in trying to update and better align comprehensive plans and statutes and approaches, I feel like we're making good progress. I will be straightforward with you as we will be back, because this is incremental. To try to do this in one session would have been more than I think most of our stakeholders would have been able to come along with us and do. We've already started this process actually 2 years ago by the shift from what was considered smart growth for decades, very successfully in the state of Maryland, to transition to a more sustainable growth policy that balances economic, human well-being, social considerations essentially, and additionally environmental considerations through that 3 pillars of sustainability. We shifted from smart to sustainable growth 2 years ago with the shift of our now sustainable growth subcabinet. Last year, we introduced and successfully passed.
Ms. Flora, if you could summarize your 2 minutes.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
The sustainable growth planning principles. This year, we are back now to align those planning principles that are in statute with basically the comprehensive plan requirements that are in the statute. And it's simply an alignment at this point in time. The elements that were already in there are basically been tucked under this new framework that's part of the previously approved statute. And in addition to that, we've tried to clean up where we can, but we know we'll have more cleanup to do along with our stakeholders in the coming year. So I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Ms. Flora, I apologize. You were here as presenting as the bill sponsor.
Yes, I was.
So you have unlimited time, so that's my
Okay, you took me off guard there, so I tried to shortcut.
I was thinking legislator, so that is my apology.
Okay, no problem. Let me try to give you a little bit more of that picture I was trying to paint. As I had mentioned, and try to get to still some of the quick summary things. We're doing this incrementally. We have support along with us. I think the big changes that we're looking at here is really an organizational change. It's taking these principles that were adopted last year, crosswalking them over into the comprehensive plan to create a new framework for how we look at comprehensive planning. We did not remove the existing elements. That's going to be a longer discussion with many stakeholders, and that's why it's a little complicated and messy right now. The other thing we're trying to approach through this is to create more consistency of what's required by non-charter and charter counties. It creates a lot of confusion out there. One of the things I didn't mention earlier is I actually used to also be a developer in addition to being a planner over the years. And so trying to really understand this balance between simplification of how we approach these types of things at the local level, meeting all of the requirements we have, but doing it in a more simplified, translatable manner for the public. We're not there yet. This bill takes us on a path toward that, which is why the support letters you'll see that I've presented to those various groups, they understand where we're going, they understand the vision, they're coming along with us, and we'll be doing more discussion. I think the only other thing to really focus on is that, there is one elimination which relates to areas of critical concern that might concern some people. It's already covered in other parts of the statute. DNR has leaned in and said, yep, we're covered, that doesn't need to be in there. We've tried to not eliminate too much in there right now until we can work with stakeholders in this next step in the process. That's trying to give you a big summary that this is a process and this is the next step in the process, and we're trying to be incremental so we can bring a lot of stakeholders and collaborators along with us in the process. So I will stop there. And we're both available for any questions about the specifics of the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Flora. I will start with Delegate Ahrens.
Great.
I'll be real quick. Did you address the MACO amendments? They had 3 amendments.
Yes.
And they're all satisfied?
Absolutely. We're on board. We've had them along with us for the ride, and we're good. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you both so much. We
Thank
have
you.
one more panelist, favorable with amendment, Michael Sanderson from MACO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, I'm Michael Sanderson of the Maryland Association of Counties. Principally here to express gratitude for the process you just heard about. County governments are among the stakeholders who are on the ground for this whole process of creating the local land use plans and master plans and so forth. The notion that the department is okay with our amendments should please you, but it pleases us a great deal. I don't want to get in too deep because they've already said they're fine. We've written the amendments in our testimony, but like the most meaningful among them is, let's not force the jurisdictions to adopt all these new elements in a land use plan that's just about to expire. Just fold all this stuff in the next time we go through our regular cycle. So let's not fluff up the one that's about 2 years from expiring and do all this stuff. We'll get to it in a couple of years and we'll have everybody on board. Very sensible, practical. We're really grateful for the cooperation.
Thank you. Delegate Weigel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Michael. Are the rural counties generally in agreement as well with your position on this, or was there a split?
Yeah, we've had a great deal of engagement on all the mechanics. So both at the political level, but also at the professional level, and counties large and small. Secretary has been engaged at our conferences and events, met with our leaders, met with a number of individual jurisdictions. This was everybody on board very comfortably.
So everybody's on board with this, it makes sense. All right, thanks.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Sanderson. That concludes the bill hearings on House Bill 243. We'll now move into House Bill 235, Housing and Community Development Neighborhood Business Development Program.
Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, esteemed members of the House Economic Matters Committee. I've got to get used to saying that, but pleased to be with you today. For the record, my name is Jake Day, and I have the honor of serving as Secretary of the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. I'm joined today by Brad Fallon, Assistant Secretary of Business Development for our department. House Bill 235 mainly relates to the community development facet of DHCD. While a lot of attention is paid to the housing side of our work, we take a comprehensive approach to community development and place-based economic development. Think of us as Maryland's small business bank. Key to this work is our small business assistance efforts, primarily administered through the Neighborhood Business Development Program, now known as Neighborhood Business Works. The program is nimble and flexible because it provides capital for a variety of activities: property acquisition and construction, purchasing machinery and equipment, and even general operating costs. And it provides the department with a critically important tool to support small businesses as part of our goal to create thriving communities, especially in traditionally underserved areas. Beginning with a loan to the legendary Cafe Hun in the Hampton neighborhood of Baltimore, this program has been operating for more than 30 years, funding new and expanding small businesses in every corner of Maryland, including restaurants and breweries, retail in all shapes and sizes, manufacturing facilities and maker spaces, multi-business markets, office space, including co-working spaces, and even childcare facilities. In fiscal year 2025, Neighborhood Business Works closed more than 108 deals, representing $21 million in business development assistance. Since July, the program has approved $15.1 million in loans to small businesses, including a bed and breakfast, a child care center, and a museum. The most common uses of this program are loans of up to $5 million, but the program has evolved to include risk enhancements such as loan guarantees, for example, to support Union Craft Brewing's collective facility, and serves as the department's framework for the significant federal state small business credit initiative, which represents over $100 million coming into the state. Most recently, the program was used to create the Nourish Maryland, Nourish MD Fresh Food Grant Program, which will grant up to $150,000 to bring fresh food to small businesses and nonprofits in food deserts. As you can see, we do business with Maryland's businesses. That means we have to do business at the speed of business. Otherwise, government becomes an obstacle instead of an aid. And that's what we're here to ask you to help with today. This is an important ask, and it's important work. So important as the program has evolved to serve Maryland's small business in a broader way and frankly a better way, that I felt the agency needed to evolve its structure. And to that end, we recently restructured to create the Division of Business Development, a standalone division within DHCD. And in July, hence my reference to July earlier, we announced Brad Fallon as DHCD's first Assistant Secretary of Business Development. And under his leadership, we're excited to further grow Neighborhood Business Works. And I believe that this proposed legislation today will enable that next generation of investment. And with that, I want to hand it over to Assistant Secretary Brad Fallon.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, good to see you all, and congratulations on getting Mr. Voigt along with the portfolio. He's wonderful. Good to be with you all. I'll keep my testimony fairly brief because the Secretary touched on a lot of it. But I did just want to talk about the why here. This is a very powerful program for small business development in the state small business assistance. I'd put my money against any other program, and that's because it's flexible and we can move. We don't cater to businesses that can receive private capital. We come in as a lender of last resort or grant of last resort, as a credit enhancer to help folks access that private capital, or we come in to contribute to a project that has a significant community value. Think vacant redevelopment or a mixed-use project with significant affordable rates, but can't pencil with the rates that they're receiving on the private market. To that end, we end up spending a lot of time with our applicants. We have folks that are essentially, my team often provides essentially technical assistance. We have folks that come to the table and they have a great idea. Maybe you have somebody who's a child care provider, who's passionate about the work, has done it. This is an example I'm thinking of just recently, but has no idea how to run a business. But they need that early capital. My team will take the time and work with them on their business plan, on their accounting, on their tax compliance, on all those things that are important to get moving. So there is a time. But these all come up. They are all held by when is the seller going to sell? What are the pressing elements of their business? And if they're already operational, how much time can they spend on this? The biggest issue that we face is timing, honestly. And we have done tremendous work in recent months, both IT and the support from the secretary and process changes to move that along quicker. But there's some things we can't change. And that includes two things. One is that we receive most of our money through general obligation bond proceeds. Those have to go to the Board of Public Works. That takes 30 to 60 days usually to get on the agenda, depending on how the timing shakes out. For reference, a private lender to a small business would usually take 1 to 3 weeks total. So you've already eaten up that entire timeline. Before we go to the Board of Public Works, we need to get local approval, or at least satisfy a local notification and an approval request requirement. And what that looks like is that we reach out to somebody at a local government that encapsulates the business that we're lending to, and we say, are you okay with us providing this grant or credit enhancement or loan to this small business? In the vast majority of cases, we get no response. And in the entirety of the program in 30 years, as far as our records indicate, we've gotten 2 no's. And both of those no's came from instances where we would have denied before deploying the funding. One because of a tax lien, one because of incorrect zoning on the site. Those are all checked before money comes out. Although, because we're not getting the response, we had that 45 days. And we have to have that before we go to BPW. So you might have 105 days, even after we've approved financing, just to get through. Again, that compares to 1 to 3 weeks total in the private sector. So you have businesses that can't receive funding from the private sector coming to us as kind of last resort. They have the least offer. They're in communities where they are most often disinvested, and we're making it harder for them to access financing than just about anybody else. So the issue here isn't denial. We have no issue with the authority of the counties and the municipalities on this. It's just a timing issue to support our small businesses. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Delegate Chi and then Delegate Weigel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Secretary and Assistant Secretary. It's wonderful to see both of you. I'm loving this moment where our committee can have a portfolio that relates to place-based economic development. This is excellent. So I understand how important this program is both to the state government and to local government. And I was just thinking, this bill sounds like one of those state versus local government kind of issues, right? Of course, Maryland is a very strong local control state, so we respect local authorities. But in this instance, it seems like an extra layer of bureaucracy that is hurting our small businesses and the development projects. Where time is money. So let me ask you, you already mentioned only 2 instances where this could be a problem. So there's no pattern, right? But so let me ask you, in the process of evaluating the viabilities of these, the grants, do you get any input from local communities at all?
You want to talk to him? Yeah, happy to. Thank you for the question, Delegate. Absolutely, yes. We try to focus the majority of our lending on construction. Often it's kind of vacant building redevelopment or expansions, particularly in areas that vitally need it. That requires so much local approval that unless they've already received the correct zoning on the site or any variance they need, all the permits that they need, we're not even looking at financing anything. And we're certainly not issuing any money unless all of that has already been satisfied. So this doesn't look to, preempt or take away authority for a local government to approve what's moving forward. It's just a timeline issue.
Okay, and I know MACO and MML both oppose this, understandably. So because you are concerned about timing, right? What if they can come up with a compromise by saying we can guarantee a response, not 45 days, maybe 4 days or 5 days or something,
Yeah, Delegate, thank you for that. I think really we're in a position where we would absolutely be open to that and to that conversation. I think that's really the crux of the issue. I think Assistant Secretary Fallon spoke to our willingness to acknowledge that there are circumstances where issues can be found. As Brad said, we would find those other ways, but really what this comes down to is, again, the speed of doing business, wanting to be not competitive in the market, but just reasonable to the small business owner. And we think we have been unreasonable as currently structured. So if we could work together to find a set of days, whatever that might be, that is reasonable and that affords the local government and the agency through our own mechanisms in partnership with the Comptroller's Office and SDAT to ensure that all boxes are checked, and which can happen fairly quickly, I think we'd be amenable to that.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Delegate Chi's second question was basically mine. Rather than take them out of the equation totally, can't you just reduce the 45 days? So have you had that conversation with MACO and come up with the timeline that's, I don't know, is it 15 days? Or?
Brad, you want to touch on that?
Yeah, we were just having the conversation earlier today with MML. I just haven't called MACO yet. Absolutely open to that, right? I'm not worried about denials here. Like, we just haven't seen that. So if it's a business week, like, fantastic. You know, that's a significant improvement from the 45 days that we're currently
Yeah,
seeing.
absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here. See, back to the 45 days, and you mentioned that, I think in the fiscal note, that only one responded negative, in a negative.
Yeah, so there's a differentiation between the two no's in the 30-year history, and I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but yes, it was one for, one was certainly because of a tax issue, an unpaid tax or water bill or something like that, which would have invalidated their ability to be awarded the funds. And the other...
It was incorrect zoning on the site.
Zoning.
So, which again, I mean, look, these are often an experience of somebody looking to do a very small scale redevelopment. This was a grant, actually, when I looked back at it. You know, we caught it. We did, at that point, try sending all of these approvals out ahead of time to kind of like move on two tracks here. But some of that gets kind of tripped up as well. But that's why that one went out before we caught that.
Is there any data, or has there been a problem with the grants or anything moving forward? Maybe I'm asking it in the wrong way. And then having a lot of opposition and problems with local counties or jurisdictions after the fact?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I can just tell you anecdotally from spending a lot of time with local elected officials, Main Street organizations, chambers of commerce. I mean, these are almost universal. My experiences have been universal celebrations for a community. You know, these are small businesses opening their doors in empty spaces usually.
All right, thank you very much.
See no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have Owen McAvoy.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, for the record, Owen McAvoy of Nelson, Mullins, Riley, and Scarborough, here representing the Women's Home Preservation Group, a small commercial and residential real estate developer in Baltimore. We fully support HB 235 as a former acting DHCD secretary and deputy secretary. I've seen how important Neighborhood Business Works loan financing can be to a deal's capital stack. Delays can threaten closings, and coordination with the local government as to the timing of approvals can be challenging, as the Assistant Secretary said. Most time we just didn't hear back. Removing this requirement will ensure a more efficient and effective close to critical commercial or mixed-use real estate closings on vital economic development projects in our state in historically disinvested areas. We respectfully urge a favorable report from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the unfavorables. Michael Sanderson.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Committee members, Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. I heard about the program, like the program. I think if this bill were about supporting or funding this program, we might very well be at the table saying it's a great idea, it's a good thing. But really the only thing that's in the bill is the local input on the process. That's all that's in the bill. So our opposition, as you can kind of understand, I think your questions have already led us in the right direction. Like the idea of completely removing the local entities, I think would be a mistake. I think the bill as it's drafted right now leaves no input other than just a notice that this is happening, whether you like it or not. The department isn't going to know if we've got overcrowding in the parking lot and a public safety problem arising from that. But the town or the sheriff or the county government would know about that sort of thing. Sounds like compromise is in the air, and 45 days may be too long, and that itself is a delay. That sounds reasonable. There's got to be a middle ground. I will say on behalf of counties, I can't speak for the town councils and so forth, but for county governments, we have a lot of jurisdictions that are on a 2-week cycle for their county commissioners to meet, and that probably would be the pacing that would give everybody a reasonable bite at the apple. 45 days turns into 15 days, and I think county governments would disappear and be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Delegate Chi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for you that was kind of similar to the one I asked the Secretary and Assistant Secretary, which is, from your testimony, it sounds like there's not much of an input from local jurisdictions in the process of making those grants?
I apologize if I left you the impression that we're frustrated with the current process. I don't think that's the case. I think the reason that the current law says you reach out to the town or to the county to make sure that this project is a fit for the zoning and for the community and for the intensity use and that sort of stuff, I think that's a wise decision. As it turns out, I think in the ordinary process of picking the projects that this program wants to back, for the most part, the department's doing exactly the right thing. They're picking the right places that make sense and have the right zoning. And a couple of times, the local government has flagged something, and it sounds like those might be somewhat redundant, but I still think that local consultation is valuable. We appreciate the sensitivity on time. Let's shorten the window, but keep that view. I hope that's a good answer for your question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Delegate Rose and then Delegate Arentz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate your comments. I was wondering if we can get from Mako like the vote by county for this one, and then I forgot to ask you about 243.
Okay,
if you could get back to us with that.
So I cannot delegate, and that's because our organization's bylaws are I'm here to share with you the position of the Maryland Association of Counties. You and your colleagues are, of course, welcome to talk to your elected officials from local governments and ask them how they may have voted on a particular bill, but I'm not at liberty to share that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael, this bill, I mean, we're just getting into housing and all the planning and zoning and all that stuff. There's a whole lot of things on the plate with what we're going to do with housing across the state. And I worry that something like this, when you see a takeover of a function, is there, Mako's seen you've seen most of the bills and you have opinions. This looks like this is going to be part of a plan moving down the road as far as how we actually grow our counties. Do you think there's something to that?
I would say what I heard from the Secretary and the Assistant Secretary speaking about this gave me a great deal of comfort that their concern is rapidity and flexibility in this program rather than we want the authority rather than them. If that's what this bill is about, let's move this more rapidly, this is going to work out fine.
Okay.
If this were, we just want to get the local governments out of the way, we'd probably have a deeper concern about the bill. But I think we should work this out if it's about timing.
All right, thank you very much.
See no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 235. Members will now move on to our final bill of the day, but we're not over yet. It may be the last one, but there's quite a bit of witnesses. House Bill 239, Land Use Zoning Limitations, which is known as the Starter and Silver Homes Act of 2026. Secretary Date, you have panelists Secretary Wu, Secretary Roque, and Sarah Yoder.
I do, Madam Chair. We also have Jordan Gilmore, Senior Policy Advisor for DHCD, simply to answer questions, technical questions, as a part of this panel, but who will not be offering testimony as part of the sponsor panel, if that's okay with you, Chair.
If I may ask, is Secretary Wu and Secretary Roque not? I have
Secretary Roque.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
don't see Secretary Wu. Oh, there she is.
My twin.
I believe Secretary Wu is bouncing from hearing room to hearing room right now. No, you're good. Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, members of the House Economic Matters Committee. Again, it's a pleasure to be with you once again. For the record, my name is Jake Day, Secretary of Housing and Community Development. We've acknowledged the esteemed panelists with me, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 239, Land Use Zoning Limitations, the Starter and Silver Homes Act of 2026. You have the department's written testimony, but I want to highlight some key points, and I also want to spend some time talking about some of the amendments and proposed amendments. So I want to touch on why this legislation is so important, what it does, and those amendments. Recently, the department briefed the committee on the state of housing in Maryland. And as you heard from me then, Maryland is not building enough homes. And Maryland has not been building enough homes for 15 plus years. After the boom and subsequent bust of the housing bubble and the resulting foreclosure crisis around 2008, Maryland stopped building homes at a level it had for decades before. Compared to 2008, Maryland today issues 40% less residential building permits, according to the Maryland Department of Planning. Between 2015 and 2022, the number of homes available for sale in the state dropped 64%. This decline in production has contributed to a housing gap of approximately 100,000 units just for the existing population in Maryland. This chronic underbuilding has made housing more expensive in Maryland, and surging prices have put the American dream of home ownership beyond the reach of many Marylanders. Only 49% of Maryland households could afford Maryland's median home price in 2022. That's a 75%, that's a drop from 75% in 2000. As home ownership becomes less attainable and as renters remain cost burdened, young Marylanders can't afford to live in the neighborhood that they grew up in. And many older Marylanders are unable to remain and age in place in the communities they have supported and enriched for so many years. Marylanders can't afford to rent or own a home here, so they're leaving. According to recent polling from the Maryland Association of Realtors, 90% of voters say the cost to buy a house in their part of Maryland is too high. A 6-point jump from the same time last year, a 33-point jump from 2020. 88% say the cost to rent an apartment is too high. Nearly two-thirds, 62% say there is too little housing for people with moderate incomes. 66% say that the amount they pay in rent or mortgage is causing a strain on their budget. 36% have considered or are considering leaving. And we're losing them to our neighbors. Yeah, Florida and Texas, but also Pennsylvania and Virginia and West Virginia and Delaware. Our young workforce is willing to endure a longer commute for the job they have and will keep in Maryland just to afford a house that they want. They're earning in Maryland, but they're spending in Pennsylvania. Seniors, often on a fixed income who want to downsize their homes, find that there are no viable housing options in their communities and end up relocating further away from their families to find them. To attract and retain younger workers, the people we want to grow our economy, and to keep our seniors in their beloved neighborhoods, we need to provide more plentiful, varied, and affordable housing opportunities in Maryland. The cost of housing is the #1 issue for Maryland voters, and they say they want government to act. 79% say state government is doing a poor job adding housing. 45% of that represents a poor rating, and that's up 12 points from last year. Local governments also receive low performance ratings on housing issues. 78% give their county and city governments a fair or poor rating on addressing housing affordability. Furthermore, 47% of voters said they would be less likely to vote for their elected officials who don't support policies to create smaller and more affordable homes in Maryland. And that's exactly what this bill does. A change in longstanding policies to create smaller and more affordable homes in Maryland. Maryland currently favors local zoning codes that encourage and in some cases require that new single-family housing be built on unnecessarily large lots and with large dimensions. Communities like Annapolis, District Heights, Towson, Parkville, those neighborhoods and homes would be illegal to build today because of those requirements in those very communities. Mandated lot sizes increase land costs, which account for as much as 30% of the cost of a new single-family home, driving up prices in an already constrained market. and those requirements contribute to McMansion sprawl. The solution is building smaller and more effectively and efficiently to increase housing supply and to decrease housing costs. This, by the way, is a proven and tested idea. States like Texas have already implemented this legislation in the middle and are experiencing a housing boom as a result. And just this week, the state of Connecticut copied this bill verbatim and introduced it in their General Assembly. Of all the land zoned for residential use in the entirety of Maryland, only 11% is zoned for high or even medium density development. And beyond that, many local jurisdictions severely restrict the locations in which even smaller single-family options like townhomes may be built. Imagine if government could make a single policy decision that would immediately cut the price of a home by 1/3 for Maryland families. Imagine how many more young families could buy their first home in Maryland. Imagine how many seniors could stay in the communities they love and age in place. We could do that in Maryland just by allowing townhomes to be built and sold in all residential areas. That's it. That's the policy. Because townhomes for sale on the market today cost 32% less per square foot than a detached single-family home of the same size. A family needs a household income of at least $125,000 per year to afford the medium single-family detached home, but only $85,000 per year to afford an attached. By those income metrics, that means there are currently 120,000 Maryland households currently renting that theoretically could afford a townhouse that couldn't afford a detached single-family home. House Bill 239, as introduced, will allow more Maryland families to achieve home ownership by limiting required minimum lot sizes in areas served by public water and sewer to 5,000 square feet, about 1/8 of an acre. Allowing the placement of townhomes in locations where detached single-family houses are currently allowed, eliminating or moderating restrictive requirements on new home construction, such as setbacks, dimension, and lot coverage requirements, as well as required design, architectural, or aesthetic requirements that add costs, and allowing owners of existing improved lots to split their lots into up to 3 smaller lots to encourage the more efficient use of the land we've zoned for housing. All these measures aim to move policies in a direction that aligns with the will of Maryland voters, their expressed will, by creating a framework to build the kinds of housing they want and expect: moderately priced, smaller starter homes and more retirement residences. It's about bringing back sensible development, and oh, by the way, the types of communities that people say they love. Housing policy is a complex issue driven by many opinions. And in that vein, I want to be very clear what this bill does not do. It does not ban single-family zoning. It doesn't ban yards. It doesn't force anyone to live in a tiny home or force them to live in a townhome or on an 1/8-acre lot. It just allows smaller lots and smaller homes to be built. We're not always going to agree, but for Maryland's stability and growth, we've got to come together to focus on possible solutions. The department's committed to complete transparency and partnership to find those solutions. Since last fall, we've been engaged with the local jurisdictions and other stakeholders on this bill. And after soliciting feedback on the bill from dozens of stakeholder organizations through productive conversations, the department has received 44 suggested amendments, really can be batched into 28 distinct amendments. There's some that are duplicative, from partners including the League of Conservation Voters, Arundel Rivers, MACO, MML, individual counties and municipalities. From those suggestions, the department has agreed to support friendly amendment language on the following points: limiting the townhouse provisions of the bill to areas served or planned to be served by public water and sewer systems within the next 5 years. It's a common sense amendment. It ensures that townhouse construction stays in designated growth areas. Clarifying the density limitations, typically in the form of units per acre maximums, that may not be used to override the bill's minimum lot size provisions. Allowing an environmental design option to protect sensitive areas subject to the bill's provisions. Exempting critical areas and forested land suitable for forest interior dwelling species from the bill's provisions. This amendment was offered by our friends in the environmental community, Arundel Rivers, Maryland League of Conservation Voters, Shore Rivers, and the Chesapeake Legal Alliance. exempting future designated historic districts from the bill's provisions, so long as existing primary structures in those districts have a median, are at least 50 years old on average at the time of designation. Originally, a version of this amendment was brought to us by our friends at National Capital Parks and Planning, MACO, and MML, and this is a compromise that we think will meet the intent of allowing future districts to be designated. Clarifying that the bill's provisions do not override adequate public facilities ordinances, which they're not intended to, or local equivalents, even if under a different name. Our local government partners have been very clear that they needed assurances that this bill would not impact local APFOs. So we're happy to make that explicit. Let me repeat, this bill will not override local APFOs. Moving the effective date of the bill back to January 1, 2027. Many of our partners wanted the effective date moved, giving them more time to implement. The suggestions varied, so we found a compromise date and believe that a good compromise is January 1st of next year. Clarifying that the bill's provisions don't override applicable consent decrees. One of the things that we heard is that in addition to local, state, and federal laws, we want to make it explicit that there are consent decrees that affect some of our jurisdictions to which local government is subject. And I want to thank our friends at Westminster for bringing this amendment and a variety of others that I'm addressing here. Clarifying the definition of zones that allow single-family detached homes in the context of where townhomes may be placed. This amendment cleans up some ambiguous language to ensure that the bill can be implemented based on the zoning language for local government. Allowing local jurisdictions to require that building height and front setbacks be consistent with those in adjacent approved lots. We heard from multiple partners in local government that the height and setback provisions were far too rigid and needed to be more flexible. And ultimately, we wholeheartedly agree. Allowing local jurisdictions to set lot coverage maximums of at least 75% of the usable area of a lot after setback for a single-family home and accessory structures. Our friends in the environmental community proposed changes to the lot coverage provision, and we believe this compromise makes sense. It allays their concerns and ensures smaller homes can be built on smaller lots at the same time. Exempting areas outside priority funding areas and growth tiers 1, 2, and 3 from the bill's provisions. Maryland National Capital Parks and Planning Commission brought this amendment to us, and we accept it as written. They were right, and we should have written it that way to start with. The language ensures the full impact of the bill is within our existing and planned growth areas, and we intend not to exacerbate sprawl, but to stop it. Clarifying the definition of townhouse to exclude stacked units and duplexes. Our partners at Maryland Municipal League brought this to us, and we're accepting it as written. Our intent was to allow for smaller single-family homes and attached townhomes vertically. So this explicit language ensures that we're not adding home types that were not originally envisioned. With the adoption of these 14 of the 28 amendments, we know that this is a start and also not the end of the conversation. Of the remaining 14, I will tell you 7 of them, I think there's a pretty obvious compromise. And the other 7, I think we just need to sit down with the proposer of the amendment. And I think we can work very well together as we have with the 21 of 28 so far on a compromise. I'm confident that we can work together in good faith, focused on outcomes, listening to the voters who are telling us crystal clear, we need you to address this issue, and look to good precedent, and then establish good precedent for other states to model after. So I urge a favorable report on the Starter and Silver Homes Act of 2026, and I thank you so much, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and esteemed members for your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for giving me this opportunity to testify today in support of the Department of Housing and Community Development's important legislation, HB 239, the Starter Homes and Silver Homes Act. I am Carmel Roque, the Secretary of Aging, and I am very pleased to be here with my colleague, Secretary Day and Secretary Wu. As you've heard, HB 239 will modernize local zoning constraints and enable the creation of greater diversity of housing types statewide. Maryland's housing crisis is of particular concern for Maryland Department on Aging. We have identified that this is a policy priority, and it is a prime recommendation in the Longevity Ready Maryland Plan. We must take action to create more affordable housing, not only for the benefit of older people in our state, but as an element of the strategy to ensure that there is affordable housing for all phases and stages. Our housing policy and practices were created for a different era. The demographics of our state, in particular, falling birth rates, never married individuals, solo agers, means that we have a historic number of people seeking affordable, appropriate housing that are not living in large families, for which much of the housing stock has been built. Maryland's aging population is expanding, and it is at a historic pace. We're outpacing the nation, actually. As the numbers of older Marylanders expands, so will their need for affordable and appropriate-sized housing, which supports the ability of older adults to remain in their communities, and should they need it, to finance their long-term care medical needs through the sale of their home. For many Marylanders, their home ownership is their greatest financial asset and allows them to be less housing cost burdened than people who rent, and also allows them to build generational wealth. Many older Marylanders, like myself, would very much prefer to continue to live in the community where I have raised my family, attended church, supported the local arts and sports teams, and had other opportunities for social engagement. In other words, where I have deep roots and strong ties. For me and many others, the problem is being able to find a smaller, affordable home in my home community. This lack of housing option prompts some older Marylanders to move out of the state for their next phase and stage of life. I have an adult daughter living in Virginia who's, "Mom, when are you coming down?" And I think that this tends to happen for many families. Without these affordable home options for older residents, many will continue to look out of the state of Maryland for a place to live. And when that happens, not only is it difficult for the older Marylander and potentially their family, but Maryland's economy loses out on the economic benefit of keeping older residents here in Maryland, contributing to their communities, supporting businesses, and paying taxes. Maryland's older adult population makes up a sizable share of our total population, and it is growing. In 2022, people over the age of 55 made up approximately 30% of the state's population. These are adults who are moving into the first phase of retirement and becoming empty nesters and are looking for appropriate housing options in our state. The current development patterns designed for last century, to be frank, do not meet the needs of our time. As Maryland demographic profile evolves, falling birth rates, less immigration, older adults becoming a larger and larger portion of the population, policy actions that increase the supply of attainable housing options, including smaller homes and diverse house styles, are essential to ensuring that Marylanders of all generations can choose Maryland as their forever home. The Maryland Department of Aging respectfully urges a favorable report on House Bill 239. Thank you so much.
Hello, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Portia Wu. I'm the Secretary of Maryland Department of Labor, and since my local electeds are here, I'm also a resident of Montgomery County and the town of Chevy Chase. I'm testifying in support of HB 239. Quite simply, the Maryland economy cannot thrive unless we have skilled, dedicated workers in our state's critical jobs, including nurses, teachers, firefighters, and electricians. In 2025, there were over 50,000 job postings for registered nurses in Maryland, the most of any occupation. We also project that the number of electricians needed in our state will grow by nearly 14% in the next 5 years, which is double the rate of other job growth. However, these positions will go unfilled if the state cannot find a way to have enough workers who can live and work here. Quite simply, Maryland is right now going in the wrong direction. The fact is that young working age people are leaving our state because they simply cannot afford to live here. According to census data, a little over half of Maryland's net domestic migration losses in the past 5 years were for people between 17 and 35 years old. Not only does that mean fewer people here to work in critical high-demand jobs, it also means a strain on our economy. And I will say, young people cite as the primary reasons they are leaving, of the top 5 reasons, they cite housing and commute as the 2 primary reasons for departure from our state in the last 5 years. And we know those are basically the same thing. It means I cannot afford to live near where I want to work. This has cascading effects. It means less revenue for state services and local businesses. And it means, as Secretary Rooks has already said, that many people want to stay in the community where they grew up and they are simply not able to do so. This unaffordability is most pronounced when we look at the prices for single-family homes and compare them to the wages of these valued community members. For example, for the median Maryland firefighter whose income is $70,000 a year, in many cases, single-family housing is simply not affordable. Based on the prices from December 2025, a single-family mortgage would absorb over 50% of that person's income, and that holds true for a lot of teachers, for a lot of nurses. However, townhomes and other smaller homes are closer to 30+% of someone's income. House Bill 239 eliminates barriers that prevent affordable, smaller homes from being built and will allow Maryland's talented young workforce to stay local and grow our economy. With that, I respectfully request the committee to deliver a favorable with amendments report as outlined by Secretary Day. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I'm Pastor Sarah Yoder from Joy Reigns Lutheran Church in Edgewater, an ELCA congregation, and I am here today with ACT and Maryland Just Power Alliance to ask for your support for HB 239. I support this bill because it's not an abstract policy for me. It's affected my job, my family, and my congregation. First, quite honestly, I could not afford to live here if it were not for the parsonage that was provided for me by my congregation when we first came to the area in 2014. I have served this community faithfully every day for 12 years, yet the market alone would have priced me out of serving here. That reality should be a concern to all of us. Secondly, this issue deeply affected my parents. When my mother's health began to fail due to Parkinson's disease, all of the savings from the sale of their home were consumed by medical care and expenses and were gone within 5 years. After my mother's passing, my father could not afford an apartment in the area on his own, and the wait list for affordable housing was just simply too long. And just last month, he moved to Wisconsin, not because we wanted him to leave family or community, but because the cost of living was lower and more quickly available. Finally, I see the impact every day in my congregation. Joy Reigns operates a recovery home for women and children. These mothers have done everything we ask of them. They're free from drugs and alcohol. They've successfully reunited with their children. They are working full time, and they cannot afford housing to move out of our recovery home. Our small congregation has seen several families who are regular volunteers and significant financial contributors move out of the state. Their stated reason, it's too expensive to retire in Maryland. If I, as just one person, am touched by this issue in so many different ways, then it is clearly a systemic problem and is one that you have the power to improve. I urge you to vote yes on HB 239. Thank you.
Are you speaking? Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Before I take questions, I just want to give out several housekeeping items. First of all, thank you all for your patience, especially those who've been waiting so patiently for this bill. With that said, I just want to let the members know and all of you know we have 41 more oral witnesses to go. So with that said, I would respectfully request that you abide by the 2-minute warning. If it goes off while you're talking, please summarize. That doesn't mean continue through your sheets to finish, please. And members, please keep your questions concise and direct them to whom you would like to ask. Unless it's for everyone, we don't need back and forth for the rest of the afternoon. So, and I also want to let those who want to testify that we are going in the order that you signed up, so there's no conspiracy theory why you're last or first or what have you. So with that said, we will go and begin with Delegate Wyville, Rose, Pippi, and Ambry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concise question. Secretary Day or any of the secretaries can answer. This is just one aspect of affordability. I'm just wondering how comprehensive the administration's approach to was the housing issue, because up my way in Western Maryland, it's just as easy to move to Pennsylvania or West Virginia. As one of our colleagues said the other year, you never hear anyone saying, I'm going to retire to Maryland. And there's reasons for that. Did you guys look at tax policy, property taxes, excise taxes, impact fees, water and sewer connection fees, stormwater management, reforestation requirements, sprinkler requirements, tax on pensions, regulations, and then finally, how does this bill affect the total maximum daily load restrictions that are put on the localities, and then the unfunded mandates that the state continuously passes on to the localities that continually force them to raise property taxes? So just curious if the administration looked at all those other issues. Maybe they're in other committees as parts of the more comprehensive approach, but if you could answer that, I appreciate it.
I'll answer all those, Delegate. No, I appreciate it. Look, bottom line is there is an incredible body of research about housing affordability in general. It's very complicated, you're right. There are lots of factors that influence affordability. Ultimately, there is a general consensus, whether you look at Harvard Center or UCLA Housing or Mercatus or the American Enterprise Institute, there's a general consensus that there's 3 things the government should be doing. 1, increasing supply. 2, addressing housing stability through protection of vulnerable renters. And 3, subsidizing the units that the market cannot and will not ever create without government subsidy. And that's why we have the low-income housing tax credit, rental housing works in Maryland, et cetera. We do all 3. With respect to all of those policies that you listed and their influence on the regulatory challenge, I'd point you to 2 things. 1, I'd point you to the January 2025 published housing assessment from the state of Maryland that we published in partnership with the National Center for Smart Growth Research and Education, which addresses the shortage and how we got here, as well as the current dynamic, and also the comptroller's report from October 2025, which does a good job articulating what developers termed, who were interviewed for that report, termed the Smith Island cake effect, the layers of regulations in Maryland. What we are not proposing is that Maryland has to make a choice between protecting the precious resources of the Chesapeake Bay and housing affordability. I think that's a false dichotomy. I don't think that exists. While I can't speak to, and we have not done the calculations for the total maximum daily load of meeting effect on, it would largely be through stormwater, but also through wastewater, effect of meeting our housing shortage. What I will say is we have done an exceptional job as a state, and I'm sorry, Chair, I know I should keep this short, but I'll wrap it up here and say we've done an exceptional job as a state saying what not to do in terms of what is not possible, what you cannot build and where you cannot build in terms of zoning and land use across the state of Maryland. We have treated that as statewide policy for many, many years, and the stormwater bill and the septics bill address that very issue. And this does nothing to gut the power and effect of those bills. Instead, it says in the very areas where we've said you should build, and yet we have created a regulatory environment that makes it more difficult than virtually anywhere else in the United States of America to do the thing that government is telling you to do and signaling to you to do. We're going to make it easier to do, and we're going to make it more efficient to do. And so that's what this bill does. And so I believe the answer to your question is that with or without this bill, the effect on total maximum daily load would be no different. But it's a question of time, perhaps, how quickly we get there, how quickly we build in the areas where we say we're supposed to be building housing. But I don't believe there would be a negative or positive effect one way or the other.
So, I mean, so the question really is the administration looking at all these other issues? You're only looking at one aspect of it. And quite honestly, all the issues I enumerated off there, they're the issues that affect folks in my district is why they're not building it.
And I, Delegate, I would respectfully say that's not the case. We are looking at every aspect. We're proposing legislation and executive action and financing programs to address the other aspects that you talked about.
So are these in other committees this session?
There is legislation that will be before this committee that addresses regulatory certainty, which is the major issue that state government can address in terms of permitting certainty. And then I would say so much of this, frankly, also exists at the local level today, and there is no proposal or discussion about changing that, which is all of those, the excise taxes, the fees, the regulatory process, the permitting timelines. There are some state influence on that, and the governor's Housing Starts Here executive order addresses that directly head on, the state's role in those things. But I would also say that all of the other facets of the regulatory framework that we have built that has cemented into something really obstructionist, all of those things you can influence at the local level. I did as a mayor for 8 years. I did as a planning commissioner and a city council president and a mayor for 15 years, including for a period of time waiving 100% of fees. We looked at the housing crisis and we said, we're going to do something about it. And so there are plenty of freedoms and flexibilities to address it, but this is an area where state law is essentially silent on the very thing we say is a statewide problem. And I think it's high time that we have a seat at the table and do something about it, if this is a public policy problem we want to address.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of things. I think you were around the circle of what I want to know about. So you went pretty quickly. I was trying to take fast notes. The tiers.
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying makes a lot of sense to me, other than, is there, and did I miss it, is there going to be a way to get approvals or waivers to provide this type of housing in the tiers where the state of Maryland has restricted and said, no, you may not? Because the nature of Carroll County is almost all of our available land for development falls in the tiers that the state said no. And so when we talk about growth and wanting growth and having this type of housing, when you say we have to stay within the certain funding areas based on that law, we are stuck with, almost all of our growth has to be put into the southern part of our county. And it's very frustrating and very difficult when you're affecting the basics of supply and demand. So if you're having to put all of that in here, and I know that one of our mayors is here today as well to talk about this, and she's going to talk about the cost. So you're talking about basic economics, and we are losing a ton of people, seniors and starter homes or even second home buyers and families, to Pennsylvania. Hanover, Pennsylvania is building like crazy. We are losing people all the time. And even not with the taxes, the retirement taxes, but you're forcing people out of the state. We're losing them. And if we don't get a way to we're not saying we're going to build willy-nilly, but are you addressing it all in this, or would you be willing to address a waiver or a way to get an allowance to build in a limited way, but in some of these tiers locations, so that will also benefit our farmers and their land equity issue as well? So are you addressing that? Sorry, that was a long.
No, that's okay, Delegate. I think this is another important question that we want to address. I think fundamentally, so a similar question came up in the Senate in Triple E with respect to Baltimore County. And it was, and this is not the bill hearing, but the topic came up, and so we talked about it. And so the question was, should we get rid of the urban-rural demarcation line, the URDL in Baltimore County, and build housing in areas that maybe the perspective, I think, was haven't done their part as a part of the county. But what I want to remind us of is that, counties and municipalities are responsible for planning their growth areas. They're the ones who say where they want to grow, how much they want to grow, and we don't want to tell them, where they think the growth should go. That's really, frankly, not a state responsibility, and so it is incumbent upon the Carroll counties of the world, and I don't want to speak for Carroll County, but I think what they might tell you is that there are appropriately sized areas for growth that they have adopted into their comprehensive plans, and we don't want to. Now, we could debate tier maps and the value of that, but without doing that and without getting into that, I think what we want to say is that what Tier 1 is intended to do is say these areas already served with public water and sewer. What Tier 2 is intended to serve is the areas that are already annexed in service areas intended to get water and sewer. Tier 3 is growth areas. To go beyond that to areas that are explicitly designated as not for growth by the local jurisdiction, I think was a mistake in our drafting, and we shouldn't have left that as an open question. I think changing the zoning or changing the tiers or proposing a change to the tier maps at the local level is the right way to get to address your question. And it might just mean a change in the direction of where growth goes in Carroll County, but that's a Carroll County question, frankly.
Well, it's not, with respect. It's not a Carroll County question because the state, you say we can do our own planning. We have our own plan. We have a master plan. We're working on it right now. The rule from the tiers takes almost all of our land off limits to having any sort of growth because we have to be, it does not allow subdivisions or growth in areas that are serviced with well and septic. So the nature of Carroll County, not every county is the same.
I know.
And so what I'm telling you is, in a practical way, we are stuck with state rules dictating our local, where we could make our own decisions and our own plans where this type of housing can go, because I think it is very important to do that. I love everything about this bill. I'd like to be able for Carroll County to participate in it, and I just want to tell you that because of that restriction, we can't. So I would love if we could get an amendment or some sort of way to get a waiver so that our locals can make that decision and not be stopped based on that.
So Delegate, what I would say is I think this is a conversation that we are open to any conversation about what needs to be addressed or changed or modified. As you can hear, there are lots of things that we incorporated already, and I'm open to those conversations. What I will say before we go into those conversations is what we have heard thus far from proposed amendments from local governments, generally speaking, has encouraged us in the inverse direction to be explicit about the areas that this is not intended to apply to, not to expand it to other areas. But again, let's make sure I'm hearing that right, okay? Let's make sure that we are hearing that right, and we'll sit with you, we'll sit with local officials from Carroll County and its municipalities and have that conversation.
All right, I would welcome that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Secretary Day. Secretary, we've gotten a lot of feedback on this bill, as you can imagine, a lot. I'm just trying to sift through them all. So one in particular here, this person states that this legislation would disenfranchise residents meaningful planning to their community. It would weaken or nullify existing comprehensive plans. It would create significant financial burden, rewrite comprehensive plans and zoning codes, and would have unplanned impacts on infrastructure, including water, sewer, capacity, school capacity, traffic, availability of street parking, emergency services such as medical, fire, and police. So I wanted to give you an opportunity kind of to respond to those concerns as it pertains to this bill.
I would love to. Thank you. I have two simple thoughts on that collective expression of concern and consternation. And I think there's a very natural, very human concern about growth and its impact on infrastructure and its impact on our systems. What I will say is that a bill that focuses on the areas that are already intended for growth, that we say we want to allow growth on, the more efficient use of that land is the best way local government can ensure that it is solvent. We have very few things that are finite, but land is one of them. And when it comes to how we use the land that we have said is appropriate for housing, what I can tell you is every inch that we extend a pipe, every inch that we extend asphalt and concrete and a fiber, a cable, an electric line, that's got to be paid for. Debt service on that's got to be paid for, because we're all going to, all local governments are going to issue debt to do it, most of them anyway. And then you got to maintain it. And when we inefficiently use our limited resource of land, we end up costing future taxpayers. And I think it is, by the way, the second part of this is, I think it is the fundamental underpinning of why a property tax-based local government system is at a massive disadvantage for a variety of reasons. And that was a priority for us to discuss when I was Maryland Municipal League president. But it also puts us at a massive disadvantage when we inefficiently use that land.
Would you say those are valid concerns?
I think it's all valid in terms of an expression of a concern that we want to make sure the decisions we make don't negatively impact those services and those infrastructures. It is my belief that they won't.
All right, and I just want to let you know that that's from the city of Salisbury.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's worth noting that I may have a different opinion.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Amazing what you're trying to do here. I can't even grab it right now, because I live in Queen Anne's County, and I've suffered through, as a realtor, I've suffered through building, I've suffered through some of these things. And some of this bill, and again, I haven't read through it all because it's pretty big. I just don't know how one size fits all across. And I'll go back to the affordability stuff and what do they say, affordable housing. And when you start to look at these components, I mean, I have seniors in their house, because of their taxes, it's no longer affordable, and they've lived there. And I appreciate the thought, but I guess this goes back a little bit to Governor O'Malley's Plan Maryland. We go to where the infrastructure is. And is your goal to look at some of these counties, like Queen Anne's County, let's say, we have a lot of people that we want no more growth. We pretty much maxed out right now. Caroline County would love it. Kent County would cry for it. And I don't know how we're going to manage that. I know you mentioned some things about septic in here also, and how that's all going to be judged. We've had the Department of Health come into my county and say we will have no more groundwater penetration in the state, period. They said that to our county, and it was pretty shattering, because we are, the bigger homes, the more taxable homes are that. I don't know how you manage all that. And I appreciate what you're doing here. I appreciate the thought that you put into this. It's huge. Can you help me?
So yes, so Delegate, a couple of thoughts. Number one, I would say that I'd like to zero in for a second on a part of Queen Anne's County, on the town of Centerville, if I can, because I've spent a lot of time talking to them about this. I mean, there's a part of Queen Anne's County where maybe it makes sense to have some growth in the future, and they say they want it, but they're constrained based on sewer capacity, their wastewater treatment plant, and the skyrocketing costs, just like the cost of housing construction, the cost of constructing a wastewater treatment plant is skyrocketing. And the way they get scored by the Maryland Department of the Environment in terms of priority is not to prioritize growth, but to prioritize replacement and environmental quality, right? The effect of the effluent on the Chesapeake Bay ultimately. And so what we've been doing is been in conversation with them about how other DHCD tools like the Local Government Infrastructure Financing Program can support them and help them fund their wastewater treatment plant. But ultimately, there's an example of, even if you want it, and even if you adopt this legislation, you say this is good and we want to get there, and yeah, we want, there still exists reasonable constraints. And there in Queen Anne's County is a great example of, even if it's the spot in Queen Anne's County that makes sense, you know, and I mean, we could look even further east in the county where there's a couple of examples like this too, where even if it makes sense and they want it, infrastructure constraints won't allow it. And so I don't want you to get the impression that we're here saying, do it no matter what, and damn the consequences, because we're not. I promise you that. The other thing I want to note, and this speaks to Delegate Pippi's question as well, which is that I think there's a fundamental thing here, and that gets lost a little bit, is we have spent decades in this state adopting statewide legislation to address what we deem are statewide public policy issues that require a statewide response across all counties to address a public policy issue. And that can be health, that can be, you know, you name it. But for us, it's mostly protecting our sensitive ecological resources. And that smart growth legacy has a flip side to the coin, which is growing smart. Right? Growing in the ways that we say we should, and trying to adopt laws that create an environment where that can happen. And the truth is we've not been intellectually honest. We've never finished the exercise. And what that actually looks like is not saying what can't happen. This is, you know, I hate to borrow the phrase, but I will, you know, this is about property rights and freedom to do more, not less. It enables more. I know we're framing this, and I'm look no further than me, like in the mirror, we're framing this as a negative, like don't do the thing to local government, right? Local government, restrict less. But the reality is that's what it's about. It's about enabling more.
And I appreciate that. Are you talking things like maybe taking, let's take Kent Island just for instance. We have a big sewer plant there. If there's a major upgrade, is that something that's in your thought process to upgrade that? Not too long ago, and I was part of this decision, we had over like 4,000 lots down Route 8 that were all legitimate lots, plotted and everything else. And we had to compromise with MDE about how many of those would actually make buildable by when we ran sewer down there. And now those people are going to sit back and say, look what's happening now. If you're going to be adding sewer, do I get my lots back? And what do I do with them? I mean, there's fairness, but there's also legacy. And conversely, go to Centerville with the same situation. Failing sewer, you know, you go up to Sudlersville, Millington, where we got big things going on, and those things are going to be pretty paramount. But the other question I have is when you do get to those places like Sudlersville and Millington, who's going to move there? You know, again, I sell real estate, and I sit in Queen Anne's County proper. If I'm on the island, Graysonville, and all that stuff, I'm busy as all get out. When I have a home going up to North County, it's a little more difficult.
You know, I think not to get too nuanced, but I think the hope of the folks in Millington and the folks in Sudlersville is that, you know, with the right infrastructure, that they'll be drawing from Middletown and beyond. You know, we are at a massive disadvantage because of the size and shape of our state. Because you're always no more than an hour from any other state, we're at a disadvantage, a competitive disadvantage. But we could turn that around. We could turn that around into an advantage because they're also only an hour from us. And some of us, you know, 15 minutes away from the board.
You probably know I could go on for 2 hours, but I'll quit right now, and I don't know my vice chair's happy with me right now, but thanks a lot.
Yes, sir.
She's been happy.
Thank you. Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Secretary, just a point of clarification, you used the word barriers. What does that mean?
I will defer to Secretary Day on the details, but the concern is, and I think the Secretary already alluded to this, there are some barriers in existing law. This legislation tries to enable more kinds of housing that we believe would be more accessible for working people in Maryland.
So would one of those barriers be a county council? Some type of redress by the citizenry on where they would want to put these types of homes? Is that what you meant? That's what
I'm going to have to defer to Secretary Day on the details of how the housing approvals are going.
These are long-standing uniform practices by elected officials, locally elected officials. And it sounds like, and I mean, I'm reading the bill, we'll be usurping those. There's certainly other bills coming through the legislature, some of them from Anne Arundel County itself, that would seek to usurp the voices of the people at the local level. And my concern is that in doing so, not only would they usurp those local voices, and they would also lose redress in the court system, should they have any. I've made this point, this is the second time now. And I understand the need for housing, I really, really do. But again, I'll say it for the second time. I represent Edgewater, and I represent South County, and I've gotten hundreds, as of yesterday, it was like 211 emails from in-district residents against this legislation because it's not NIMBY, it's not because they're not sensitive to the needs, it's because long-standing and historical and basically culturally in South County, they expect that district to stay rural, period. And they will not tolerate, absolutely will not tolerate. I was there for the Walmart fight, I was there for the Renfest fight. They absolutely will not tolerate their local officials being usurped because you're essentially shutting those voices out. And like I said, I'm really concerned on top of that, that you would be removing redress in the courts should they have any. We heard a lot about polls. And I said last, oh yes, absolutely. We do hear a lot about polls. People want us to build. But when you go to question 2 on that poll, and question 2 or statement 2 is would you still support this legislation if it removed your voice at the local level? Those percentages drop very quickly, guaranteed. I would love to see those numbers. Number 3, would you continue to support said legislation if it not only removes your voice at the local level, but also would remove your voice in the courts? I guarantee, at least I have a distinct feeling, that support for this type of legislation and any type of legislation that would seek to usurp local control would bottom out very quickly. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, a couple of things. I mean, I think number one, this is not unlike many public policy discussions where a strong sentiment is more likely to produce an outreach to one's legislator than a sentiment that something needs to be done, but it doesn't directly affect me. I mean, the reality is Maryland has a shortage of 100,000 housing units for the people who live here today, but that's, what, 6.2 million people that are housed. There might be 0.1, million people that aren't, or that are doubling up or tripling up, but most Marylanders are housed, meaning they're not clamoring for an answer to their situation. But the reality is when you put the question before them, and I'm looking at the numbers of the polling, when you put the question before them, their lives, they recognize their lives are worse off and will be in the future. And the same is, it's getting worse for their kids if we don't address this. And so we've got to have a sense of urgency. I recognize that there is, again, a natural human aversion to change, and we want to make sure that this legislation is respectful of and protective of rural areas, conservation areas, even Tier 4, which is a huge, the vast majority of the landscape of Maryland. We want to make sure that those areas are protected, and that's important. But I want to point this out. We have, again, and I've said it a couple of times, we have as a state gone far beyond this level of statewide alterations to the land use article. Far beyond this. And we have done it expressly to say what should not happen. Not to say that in the areas where something should happen, where housing should be built, we believe that there should be more affordable options. I don't think this is a significant step in that sense, but it could produce a significant impact in housing affordability. And to the point about our local representatives and our state representatives, again, people are saying that we're not doing the job we need to do to address housing affordability. And they are acknowledging that, again, 47% of voters said they'd be less likely to vote for their representative in local or state government who doesn't support policies to create smaller and more affordable homes in Maryland. So they're making the connection, even without us, even without addressing the law and without debating it, they're making the connection. So I think there is demand. I don't know that it's going to be articulated with as much vigor as the opposition might, but I think there is demand for us to collectively work to address this issue.
I would agree, but I would agree it stops at usurping local control. And I think it stops even further at, oh, you're not only going to take my voice, but then you're going to take my redress in the courts.
I just don't believe that we're doing that with this
But in concert with other bills, we are. And that's the thing, right? So this is a wheelhouse, and this gear turns this way, which makes this gear turn that way. This is being done. There's 3 or 4 bills. Not all of them speak to this, but there's 3 or 4 bills on land use and zoning here in front of us. 1 or 2 of them I'm looking at, I like. Talk about notification and materials being given for local comprehensive plans, those type of things. But when it's done in concert with other bills, so this might not be particularly talking about that. It is in the fiscal note, page 2, paragraph 3, right below the bullets. It specifically speaks to that. But it's also strengthened at the very minimum with other legislation that's coming through the legislature, and quite frankly, in some of the delegations as well. And just quickly, I would like to say, Pastor, I represent Edgewater, as I said before, and I'm not, but I've had a bill for 8 years in the House of Delegates for long-term care insurance tax rebates, to up those tax rebates and make them annual, so that our aged community can buy long-term care insurance and stay in their homes, and quite frankly, not be ripped off, potentially, and lose their homes and stay in the communities that they built and have resided in for years and years and years. And I really do look forward to reaching out to you and standing shoulder to shoulder, because that bill hearing's coming up again. I think this is the 9th year, to make sure that that legislation finally passes so that we can offer our older population some more protections. And I thank you for being here today. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Looks like our final question is from Delegate Bandari.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I appreciate the administration engagement with members on this legislation. Secretary Day, you have emphasized that this bill applies only in areas already designated for growth. For the benefit of the committee, we would appreciate some clarification on how this interacts with locally adopted comprehensive plans and growth tier maps, if those plans include dimensional or density control that are more restrictive than what this bill allows.
Great question, Delegate. Thank you so much. I'll start, and then Jordan, if you have anything to add, please feel free to jump in. I think as amended, accepting the friendly amendments to this bill, it clarifies somewhat where we started. One, it would align to the comprehensive zone or comprehensive plans adopted into local law by aligning to the growth areas, aligning to the Tier 1, 2, and 3, so exempting Tier 4, exempting areas not served and not planned to be served in the next 5 years by public water and sewer, and exempting a variety of other areas like historic districts, allowing for new historic districts to be created that have the 50-year age of the buildings within them, and then exempting also conservation areas, Chesapeake Bay critical areas, so exempting really all the sensitive areas, forest conservation areas, et cetera, while still ensuring that the remaining space benefits from the allowable density. With respect to density restrictions as well, I think we have tried to address that as well. There is language that cleans up and clarifies the definition of zones that allow single-family detached homes. In fact, it explicitly calls out certain zones as exempt that I think rural residential is an amendment that we're accepting. There's another as well. And With respect to setbacks and other dimensional requirements that in a zoning code might affect this, we heard again from multiple partners that our provisions were too rigid. And so that's why we are accepting an amendment that speaks to context, that speaks to the house to the left and right, and just says it has to generally align with those. That creates a level of flexibility that didn't exist as drafted. There's a couple other provisions, and we'd be happy to continue to work through those with you. Jordan, anything you want to add?
Delegate, the only thing I would add to what Secretary Day said is to reiterate what Secretary Day said earlier, that nothing in this bill overrides adequate public facility ordinances, sewer water capacity requirements, school capacity requirements, traffic capacity, that sort of thing.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, I also appreciate the administration willingness to engage and consider refinement as this bill moves through the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions for this panel, I want to thank you just as a point of personal privilege. I just want to thank you for bringing a bold idea forward because nothing changes if nothing changes. And so this is a really tough issue that we have to address in this state. And it means putting bold ideas forward and then engaging with everyone who has concerns about those ideas and working on perfecting it. So I appreciate you doing that work, and I appreciate everyone else in the room who we're going to hear from who's doing that work with you. And I look forward to supporting the ongoing dialogue so we can see if we can make something happen here. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, members. This has been a great conversation. Appreciate it.
That concludes this panel. Next up, we have Nikki Higgsmith-Vernick, James Campbell, Dan Reed, Lisa May, and Tom Cole. So as soon as you sit down, you can begin your testimony. Please identify yourself for the record.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Reed, and I'm the Maryland Policy Director for Greater Washington. We are a nonprofit that supports better housing and land use and transportation policies throughout the state. I'm also a District 20 resident, and we strongly support House Bill 239. I'll tell you a story. In 1987, my dad moved from rural North Carolina to an apartment in Laurel, Maryland. He was out of college and learned that Maryland, the DC area, was the best place for a young black professional to make a life, basically. He married my mom, had us. They live in Maryland now. I'm watching a lot of my friends and loved ones do the other way, move to North Carolina because it's cheaper there. The winters are milder, except right now, and you can get a nicer house. And I've been on the same trip many times where a friend invites me down to Raleigh or Durham and says, "Isn't this nice? And won't you come move with me?" And I tell you, it's tempting. We did a poll last week that found 92% of Marylanders think home prices are a problem. They're putting off starting a family. They're putting off saving for retirement because of housing costs. And that's why we support this bill. Voters want the state to step in where their local governments are not doing the work. And what this bill does is it sets common standards for local governments so they don't throw up barriers to housing production, like requiring lots that are too large, or banning more affordable housing types like duplexes and townhomes. The townhome that I live in, for example, which I wouldn't be living in Montgomery County, frankly, without access to that house. 2/3 of Marylanders across party lines, income brackets, and zip codes told us they support the proposals in this bill. You won't hear from them because they're busy. But they do vote, and as the Secretary said, 47% of them are less likely to vote for delegates who do not support making more homes affordable for them. We hope for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nikki Higgsmith-Vernick, and I'm President and CEO of the Horizon Foundation. We are Howard County's community health foundation and the largest independent health foundation in Maryland. I'm pleased to be here, along with many of our grantees, to support the Starter and Silver Homes Act and to make it easier to build smaller-sized and lower-priced homes across the state. We did a strategic planning process a few years ago. We're a health foundation, and we went out and knocked on doors and asked our residents what was the biggest barrier to living an abundant and healthy life. And over again, we got back the affordability of housing in our community. That should come as no surprise. The median sales price of a home in Howard County is about $630,000. The middle market, homes in the $300,000 to $500,000 range, have essentially vanished, pricing out young adults, working families. The middle price range is far too expensive for some family homes, and starter homes are virtually non-existent. In addition, homeowners in Howard County are significantly older. The lack of smaller homes available so they can downsize means that seniors are often stuck in homes they can no longer take care of or no longer fit their needs. So lowering the minimum lot size so more homes can be built and sold or rented at a lower price is an important part of the solution to this problem. We want starter homes, townhomes. We want young adults who want to live independently, couples, smaller households, again, aging seniors. We also want our teachers, our firefighters, our police officers, our hospital employees to live where they work. We want a Howard County and a state of Maryland to be a place where quality, stable homes that people can afford are widely available. Investing in a housing system that works for everyone will mean improving our state's well-being and prosperity. Thank you. I urge a favorable report.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, again, Lisa May with Maryland Realtors here in support. The Secretary went through a whole lot of our facts and figures. I won't reiterate them, but I will add two to that total. First, the age of a first-time home buyer is now approaching 40 years old. That is an all-time high. And the percentage of first-time buyers who are active in the market has now reached an all-time low in the 45 years that Maryland Realtors has been tracking those stats. But what really has motivated us to be so vocal in this space of housing is the experience of our own members. A growing number of our members are getting licensed in other states, and that's states plural, because they have such a number of clients who start their home search here in Maryland but ultimately buy somewhere else. And it's not just the seniors who are moving to Florida and South Carolina anymore. These are young families. These are recent college graduates. They're newlyweds. And quite frankly, they are our realtors' own children because they aren't finding the housing that they need here. We need to change that. We need to use the tools that we have to change that narrative. And this bill does that. That is the goal of this bill, not by blowing up our system, not by eliminating all of it, but just by acknowledging that over time, in little increments, the pendulum has swung just a little bit too far in one direction. We need to bring it back to the center. So for those reasons, we urgently urge your strong support for this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Campbell. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jim Campbell. I got that part right. And I'm President Emeritus of AARP Maryland and a former state delegate. And AARP is the largest nonprofit, nonpartisan organization in the country representing the interests of Americans age 50 and over. I'm going to, because I used to be on a committee like this, Ways and Means Committee, and I know how valuable your time is, I was going to cut my remarks short and just get to the couple points I wanted to make real quickly. AARP Maryland represents 850,000 Marylanders in the state, and we would like to express our support for 239. We regularly hear from those who live in larger homes or with property that want to downsize and there's not the places for them to move to, affordable housing. We also hear from those at the other end who need, who have a change of circumstance and are looking for more affordable housing because of income changes or other things. So affordable housing has been a priority of ours for some time, our concern, and we really support this bill, and thank you for your interest in this topic. Appreciate it.
Well, welcome back then, in that case. Are there questions for this panel? Okay. Seeing none. Thank you all for your testimony. I had called Tom Cole before. Is Tom here? Okay. Brianna January, Owen McAvoy, Cheryl Court, Alexander Berland, Ronald Spoor. And You can just come up and start speaking as soon as you've got a chair. Tell us who you are and begin. Anyone, go ahead. Someone. There you go.
I'm Ron Spohr, and I work with Habitat for Humanity Metro Maryland. I will keep my comments very brief. We regularly interact with a significant number of Maryland residents who are struggling to find affordable housing opportunities. We witness the considerable difficulty that families face, even those with moderate incomes, in being able to purchase an affordable home. Recognizing these challenges and the impact on Maryland families, we advocate for creative ways to address this challenge. The Starter and Silver Homes Act is one such creative effort. Habitat for Humanity Metro Maryland encourages House members to vote in favor of House Bill 239 as we collectively work to ensure that all Maryland residents have the opportunity for affordable housing and home ownership. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexander Berland. I'm here with Action in Montgomery, a member of the Maryland Just Power Alliance, to support HB 239. I grew up in Columbia, Maryland, which I still consider my home, but after graduating college and starting a relatively well-paying job, I had to leave Columbia because there just weren't affordable housing options, even with roommates. I live in Kensington now, where I can afford my rent because I share a 4-bedroom house with 4 other young adults. All 5 of us grew up in Maryland, 4 of us have college degrees, and all of us work, 4 of us in full-time career-oriented positions and the other part-time while pursuing graduate education. This is how we all figured out how to manage to afford to stay and start our careers in our home state. But many of my other friends have made the difficult choice to move out of Maryland and start their lives away from home. We can afford rent right now, but it is not necessarily a long-term ideal solution. 2 of my roommates are getting married and they'd like to start a family and buy a house, but it's just not possible in the foreseeable future if they stay in Maryland. What HB 239 does is it just creates more options for housing that is more affordable and suits a wider variety of needs. This would be great for young adults and young families. Maybe I could afford to rent or even buy a house in Columbia someday, and maybe my friends would be able to move and start their family. But it doesn't just help people like me. Increasing the supply and variety of homes makes it more attainable for all Marylanders. This would benefit everyone in Maryland who struggles to afford housing because they don't have the luxury of splitting rent between 5 working adults. I urge this committee to pass HB 239 for all the working parents, teachers, nurses, young professionals, seniors, and other proud Marylanders who love their home and want the option to stay here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Court. I'm with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. Our organization advocates for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the Washington, D.C. region to grow and provide opportunities for all. Maryland is experiencing a housing shortage and losing residents to other states where housing is more affordable. Smaller homes and townhouses can provide more affordable housing and home ownership options for people of a wide range of ages, incomes, and household sizes. The legislature has the opportunity to help address our housing affordability crisis by allowing more affordable home types in more places in our state. So we ask for a favorable report on HB 239 by the committee. Thank you.
Madam Chair, esteemed committee, Brianna January with Chamber of Progress in strong support of HB 239. As this committee well knows, Chamber of Progress is a center-left tech industry trade association. So what am I doing here supporting a housing bill? This is us putting our money where our mouth is. As a center-left organization, we support policies at the state and federal level to lower costs for everyday Americans around housing, healthcare, childcare, and energy. In fact, we have what we call a Democratic cost of living agenda that does just that. We believe that HB 239 is a great balance between local control and reasonable policies to cut red tape in order to build more affordable housing that will genuinely impact all of Marylanders looking to start homes and families. With that, we urge your support, and I look forward to urging Connecticut to do the same. Thank you.
Vice Chair, members of the esteemed committee, I will keep with the theme and being brief. Owen McAvoy with Nelson Mullins representing two small Eastern Shore developers, Davis Strategic and Sockman TIC. We are in strong support of HB 239. We view it as just another tool to address a burgeoning and growing housing crisis by helping to address the patchwork of zoning ordinances across the state and setting common standards that will allow the developers the certainty to help grow us out of this 15-year hole. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? Okay, well, thank you all for joining us today. We have, let's see, a couple more favorable before we move on to favorable amendments. We have Lori Graff, Kristen Schmidt, Claudia Wilson Randall, and then I think we have someone in virtual. Is Jackie Ng? Okay, so as soon as these three go, then we'll move on to that one. You can begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, again, for the Maryland Building Industry Association. Happy to be here in support of House Bill 239. I'm not going to reiterate all of the things you've already heard about the bill. I am going to just throw a few more statistics at you. Went and looked at the Department of Planning website today. We've been talking about housing for 3 or 4 years now, and the last data we have is for October, and year over year, we're down 26% in permits. So anything we've been doing is not working. We need to find some solutions. We need to move forward. And the more we wait, the less land is going to be available to be more efficient with our land. Just a couple of other things. I do get asked a lot, why can't you guys build more affordable units? Why can't you build smaller stuff? This is why. It's very challenging. You have most regulations, 25 to 30% of all the price of housing is tied up in regulations before you even put a shovel in the ground. When you get to multifamily, it's about 40%. So that's the cost just to start it. Then you have the value of the land and everything else in there. So it really is challenging. If we can build on smaller lots and try to be more efficient with our land, it will move things forward. One other thing I just want to point out, NAHB, our National Association of Home Builders, does a study every year of when you increase the price of a house by $1,000, how many Marylanders are priced out of that house. So just $1,000, a price is 2,881 Marylanders out of that house. So everything helps. Anything we can do to make land more efficient, make housing more efficient, and the process more efficient, we support. So with that, we would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Kristen Schmidt, pronouns she, her. I'm senior minister of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Silver Spring and here with Action in Montgomery and the Maryland Just Power Alliance. I am lucky to live in Olney, where apartments, townhomes, and single-family homes are intermingled. I love being part of this fabulous community where my neighbors and I come from many different backgrounds, occupations, and we are not segregated by how much money our homes happen to be worth. As I understand it, this bill would make it possible for more places to do what Olney has done. The bill's core components, allowing duplex homes to be built, smaller single-family lots, and allowing homeowners to divide their own properties into 2 or 3 lots, are hardly far-fetched approaches to housing. These measures, quite frankly, seem like low-hanging fruit to begin addressing the affordable housing crisis. I was born here in Maryland, and I'm very proud to live in this great state. But I am not proud that fewer and fewer people, especially young adults, seniors, and let's not forget people of color, can afford to rent or buy homes here. No single bill can solve the whole Maryland housing crisis, but this one makes a good start at removing barriers that have prevented some kinds of affordable housing from being created more organically. So I hope this committee will move it forward. Because if we continue to kick the can down the road on affordable housing today, our children and grandchildren may not be able to afford to live in Maryland tomorrow. And this will just be one more huge problem we leave the next generation to solve. I think those hoping to buy affordable homes today and those seeking homes in years to come all deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take the virtual and then we'll take questions. Yep. Oh, Claudia. Oh, I'm sorry, Claudia.
It's okay.
I apologize, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Wilson-Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. Happy to be here in strong support of House Bill 239. I just want to amplify a couple of points that have already been made just about the unaffordability of the state of Maryland. And we need this, we need to make progress on this session. I can't stress enough how important it is for us to make progress and keep making progress. This is not a 1 year or a 1 session problem. It didn't get like this in 1 year, and it won't be solved in 1 year or with one bill. But we need to make progress, and we need to continue to make progress. And I think the points made previously, I would just, I strongly agree with this is an economic development issue for the state of Maryland. If any one of your counties had an employer come in and say, I have 30 jobs making between $60,000 and $110,000, many of you don't even have a place for those people to live. And you got to figure that out. And we got to figure it out quickly, and we've got to figure it out in a dynamic manner. Opportunities for young people, shutting them out, college graduates, the mythology of America, you go to college, you work hard, you get through, you go to an apprentice program, and then you're able to go forward. We don't have that in the state of Maryland right now. We got to figure it out. It's critical for everyone, and it matters to young, old, and middle-aged people. And before I finish, I just go through your day. Think about where you get coffee, what road you drive on, who picks up your kid, who's taking care of your mother, and think about it, because this isn't about someone else, this is about you. This is about each and every one of us and the work that we need to do to make it so that everyone has a safe and decent place to live in this state of Maryland. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. My apologies for almost missing you. All right, now we'll go to the virtual. Go ahead, unmute yourself and you can begin.
There we go. Hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jackie Yang. I'm coordinator of the Howard County Housing Affordability Committee Coalition, and pleased to highlight our full testimony. The coalition is a broad-based alliance of residents, community groups, and advocates committed to ensuring that Howard County remains a place where everyone has equitable access to safe and affordable housing. Our county's economic vitality is dependent upon access to jobs, as just been talked about, and housing that individuals and families can afford. Currently, our county faces a critical shortage that impacts attracting the people we need to work and serve in our community, and cost burdens our most economically vulnerable residents. HB 239 provides a necessary statewide framework to help address this crisis. Supporting what others have said, the starter home market by prohibiting the ban on townhomes is a really critical piece of this legislation. Creating homes for seniors who are overhoused and can't have no accessible smaller options in their neighborhoods that enable their downsizing, and to reinforce what the previous testifier said. This legislation would help remove regulatory barriers to inclusion. For too long, restrictive and burdensome zoning and local land use policies have been used as a tool for exclusion. This legislation moves us toward a by right model that prioritizes housing production over regulatory delays. The crisis is a challenge that requires a bold statewide response. HB 239 can help ensure that all jurisdictions remain economically vibrant, multi-generational, and equitable. For these reasons, the coalition is very proud to use its voice in support of a favorable report from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all for your testimony. I'm going to set up the next one, and then I'll fill you in on where we are. So that concludes the favorable testimony. On this bill, we're moving on to favorable with amendments. So favorable with amendments, we have Cheryl Gannon, Rohit Khanna, James Hunt, Jonathan, that's going together, so I'm just going to jump to Elizabeth Joyce. So we're, Claudia just moved.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Gannon. I'm the president of the Montgomery County Civic Federation. We acknowledge the projected future growth in Montgomery County and support data-driven proposals to provide affordable housing. While not pending in this committee, we appreciate the Transit and Housing Opportunity Act and the Housing Certainty Act. Both measures may unlock new opportunities for housing. We call on the legislature to work toward a strategic compromise that advances those bills with an amended version of HB 239 to establish equitable housing targets for counties while retaining local control over planning and local rules and regulations consistent with the position of County Executive Elrich. Our testimony focuses on 4 areas beyond the importance of local control. First, affordability. Creating more affordable housing typologies is important, but this bill has no affordability requirements. Replacing existing housing with new market rate housing often increases the prices. The bill will allow developers to sidestep recent workforce housing requirements in Montgomery County. Affordable housing needs a subsidy. The state should consider major new investments in local affordable housing. We support legislation to limit equity investors buying homes and legislation to prohibit price-fixing software that raises costs for renters. Second, the environment. The bill's preemption of local rules on the building envelope will have a harsh effect on the environment at a time when the state struggles to meet its climate goals. Lot coverage rules, density rules, and setbacks work together to preserve green space and trees that lead to cooler temperatures, less stormwater runoff, and cleaner water. Our local rules must be maintained. Third, infrastructure. Montgomery County must have adequate infrastructure to support growth. Our growth and infrastructure policy requires it. Our water mains are 100 years old. The sewage systems are strained. Transportation is underfunded. The schools have a multi-billion-dollar deficit just for deferred maintenance, never mind new construction or education programs. The county's taxpayers cannot shoulder the course of this unfunded mandate. Is that my time?
If you wanted to sum up, or were you at the
Yeah,
end?
I just had one little thing at the end,
Yeah,
sorry. In summary, the economic development this is the state must improve economic and job development. Developers have said several times that they will move forward on housing in Montgomery County when job projections support it. Jobs bring housing and not the other way around. Thank you. Oh, you need the mic, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Sharkudian, and committee members. I'm Elizabeth Joyce from Montgomery County District 20. I support the intent of SB 239, but suggest amending it so the state develops housing construction targets and timeframes for each jurisdiction and works with them to voluntarily meet these goals, as the governor's own executive order in 2025 suggested. And I'm not going to go into this, but I don't think Delegate Howard's question about the coercive nature of this bill has been adequately discussed. It really does impose mandates on counties. I have 3 main concerns with the bill's mandate to fundamentally change single-family zoning statewide. We all agree what the problems are. The question is how to solve them. First of all, there's a lack of evidence for this approach. Recent respected scholarship shows that the, quote, obsession with zoning is conceptually flawed, ignores or obscures the many other causes of the affordability crisis, and promotes solutions that may be ineffective or even harmful, according to 2 Vanderbilt experts, and I have a full bibliography of this kind of recent study. The bill also overlooks the capacity of many counties, such as ours, to accommodate 30 years of new residents with approved units already in their pipelines. First of all, all, why aren't these units being built? What is the government doing about that? And why require these zonings with all these current pipeline units to rezone at all? Affordability is my second concern. Supporters claim that the bill could reduce price points by 30%. That's where the rub is. Where are the hard data to substantiate that claim, because it's a big one? Also, has the state calculated the cost to taxpayers of the infrastructure and services these new buildings will require? The fiscal impact statement for the bill should include estimates for all these costs. Third is inequity. The bill arbitrarily overrides local jurisdictions' planning authority. Our county is proposing many amendments so officials can follow painstakingly in developing our zoning and the plans that have been so painstakingly met. My other concerns are gentrification and exemptions that put the burden only on certain jurisdictions. However sensible some of these exceptions might be, they shift the burden to other counties which have more complex and burdensome costs. So I ask that you consider all these issues before you vote to move this bill forward. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. My name is Rohit Khanna. I'm a member of the Somerset Town Council. The town of Somerset appreciates the productive discussions we have had with the Department of Housing and Community Development on the Starter and Silver Bill. However, we continue to have reservations about the bill. We share the objective of promoting smaller homes across Maryland, but this bill is not fit for its purpose. Our concerns are outlined in the letter we signed with 11 other municipalities in Montgomery County, which I have attached to my written testimony. In summary, first, we object to the virtual elimination of authority granted to municipalities and counties to determine building regulations within their jurisdictions. Second, a rigid one-size-fits-all model of townhouses is inappropriate for our already compact, century-old towns and does not consider the provision of infrastructure required for this higher level of density. Third, looser setbacks and elimination of lot coverage limits are likely to have the perverse outcome of encouraging larger homes. And fourth, the exclusive focus on market rate housing means that developers can sidestep county-level zoning incentives for affordability. A better, more progressive alternative would have been a bill based on partnership between the state and local governments rather than preemption, with the state and local governments agreeing on targets and local governments being incentivized to developing housing growth plans with affordability provisions. That is what Connecticut actually has adopted. If you must proceed with this bill, we request the sensible exclusions proposed by the Montgomery County Executive, the Maryland Municipal League, and the Maryland Association of Counties. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Valderrama, James Hunt, and members of the committee. James Hunt with the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. I'm the acting planning director. On behalf of Chairman Darrell Barnes and the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak on House Bill 239, the Maryland Starter and Silver Homes Act of 2026. We support the intent of this legislation and the governor's continued commitment to expanding housing opportunities across Maryland. However, we respectfully request amendments to ensure the bill further advances housing production in a strategic, sustainable, and infrastructure-aligned manner. First, we recommend considering alternative definitions for the location subject to the minimum lot size provisions. Rather than applying these requirements uniformly, we encourage focusing the legislation with priority funding areas or within residential zones located a designated distance from existing transit stations or those planned within the next 5 years. This approach directs growth to areas already served or soon to be served by public water and sewer, transportation networks, and other essential infrastructure. It reinforces the state's sustainable growth policies, supports transit-oriented development, reduces pressure on rural and septic-served areas, and maximizes prior public investments. Housing production should occur in infrastructure capacity exists where it exists and not where it must be retrofitted at significant public cost. Second, it's critical to preserve local authority to manage growth consistent with adopted master plans. Our counties undertake extensive public engagement, environmental analysis, school capacity review, and infrastructure planning through their their comprehensive planning processes. Master plans reflect community visions and physical realities. A one-size-fits-all preemption risk undermining coordinated land use, transportation planning, and adequate public facility standards. Preserving local implementation authority ensures that increased housing supply is integrated responsibly, predictably, and in alignment with long-range planning goals. Third, we recommend adding a performance-based provision, recognizing counties that are already meeting housing production needs. Specifically, just to sum up, the language that we've added into the record creates accountability while acknowledging measurable success. Counties that are exceeding their housing targets should retain flexibility, while jurisdictions that are underproducing would remain subject to stronger state intervention. This data-driven approach advances results rather than imposing blanket alternatives or mandates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. If you could convey our regards to former delegate, now Chair, President, what is his title, Barnes?
Chairman Barnes, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We say hello. Before I move on, ma'am, I'm sorry, I came in during your testimony. What is your name? Second.
My name is Elizabeth Joyce from District 20.
I'm sorry, Cheryl Gannon.
Okay. Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for your panel, so thank you kindly for your testimony. We have more favorable with amendments. I'm going to call Michael Sanderson, Sarah Immels, and Angelica Tupari.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, committee members. Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. I want to be respectful. First, this is the first of what's going to be a wave of housing-related bills. We've already heard commentary about that, so this is a bigger topic for y'all to grapple with. You have able counsel, and I'm happy to see that. I will say we're going to be here on a number of these bills. Our position on this one is support with amendments. As you sort through this whole wave of different issues, we want to help guide toward a set of laws that we can implement on the ground, because that's where zoning actually happens. You can write a bill here that has 3 or 4 pages of text, but what you see already is it's really hard to write statewide law that says we're going to do zoning right here. You've already heard all the exceptions. I mean, the wave of amendments. Like, look at one of the central questions: how broadly, what part of the map of Maryland should these new provisions apply to? And just in the time since this bill's been introduced, I tried to keep track of all the different amendments from the department, which we welcome. I think these are all positive, but okay, we didn't really mean to extend it into the non-municipal areas that don't have water or sewer, or that don't have extra capacity, or not this place on the tier map, or not in the critical areas, and so forth. So we're already putting together a patchwork of where should this stuff apply, because yeah, doing zoning here in Annapolis in a room, or here in one state agency, is really hard. Doing it on the ground, block by block, is the way you do zoning properly. That's the way you respond to the community. That's what makes this tricky. There's a density issue here, right? We heard that the bill is not intended to override your density laws or your APFOs, but like let me paint you this picture. This happens all the time. Here's a community, and we think we can probably serve 2,000 units in this community we're going to build, and this part's going to be multi-use, mixed zoning, and so forth. I'm out of time, but like, there's nothing evil about saying lots of density here, a little there, and less density out here. If this bill says you have to do density in all of those places, you're going to overwhelm your pipes and your roads and your schools. Nobody wants that. We're happy to work with you all. There's a lot of amendments. We'll work through them, and we want to be constructive on this conversation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Angelica Bailey-Thupari for the Maryland Municipal League. On behalf of our 157 towns, villages, and cities that are very concerned with this piece of legislation, we do appreciate the administration's goal in encouraging housing. A lot of municipalities on the ground are already working on new and exciting, innovative ways to get housing in their areas. We have submitted good faith amendments. That conversation will be ongoing. But as the bill is drafted, this is a very significant preemption on local zoning authority. And that's where our concern lies. Municipalities are enormously diverse in every possible way. It's a legal and fiscal reality. And that's why, as Secretary Day said just a few hours ago, that's why it's not the state's role to get involved and make decisions for local governments in this way. We represent, as I said, 157 municipalities. That's home to 2 million Marylanders. We have 25% of the state's population and less than 5% of the land area. We are already dense. We are already trying. But we can only take in so much. We're already doing our jobs. We're building communities. We're issuing permits. We're capable. And this bill would penalize the towns that have stepped up and are already carrying their weight in growing. So preemption is not the answer. We have offered amendments in good faith. It's going to take some substantive and constructive amendments to change our position, but we are here and ready to work and open to those conversations. Thank you. You just talk.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Sarah Imholz, and I serve as the City Administrator for the City of Westminster, which is located out in Carroll County. I'm here today to support House Bill 239 with amendments. It's an odd position to be in, to contemplate support of legislation that limits local zoning control. The City of Westminster firmly asserts that zoning matters belong on the local level, where specific planning decisions can be made on the block by block and parcel by parcel with meaningful input. While we remain resolute in that belief, we equally value partnership on the state and federal level. And guided by that commitment to intergovernmental partnership, we have worked diligently to find common ground in the department's bill. As we understand it, the intent of this bill is to remove some barriers for new development, particularly for single-family homes and townhomes. The City of Westminster shares that value of breaking down barriers for development, especially in our downtown area. We have also embraced creative solutions to addressing housing by encouraging a mix of housing types, such as duplexes, 2-over-2 townhomes, and mixed-use developments. One of our council members even served on the state's accessory dwelling unit policy task force. Guided by our commitments to partnership and removing barriers to development, the city engaged with Secretary Day to discuss concerns about House Bill 239 as introduced and recommended targeted amendments. The department has agreed to most of our requested amendments and has committed to continued discussions over the next weeks to refine the language that would resolve the remainder of our concerns. One of which in particular is design standards that relate to neighborhood compatibility, which must be reviewed and applied to all development projects, including single-family homes and townhomes. Prohibiting that level of review could possibly be devastating to neighborhoods. We want to thank Secretary Day for his willingness to discuss our concerns for House Bill 239 and for his commitment to incorporate the amendments that we requested. I appreciate the opportunity to provide you with testimony today.
Thank you. Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm picking my one spot to say a thing and get a response. I mean, this is my folder. I still print out the old-fashioned way, testimony, and read much of it. And my question is, how do you, it's the same thing I'm going to be asking myself, by the way. But how do we work constructively when this is the kind of thing that I'm getting, which is letters from constituents who are just fuming over this? This is the kind of bill file I'm used to seeing when we try to raise minimum wage to $25 an hour. I mean, that's the volume of testimony and the calls that my office is getting. The instinct as policymakers, I'm going to get my question, I'm sorry, I didn't. The instinct as a policymaker is to find compromise. I doubt seriously that the people in my folder are interested in compromise. They're interested in one thing. When they elect county council members, when they elect a city mayor, they do it for a reason, and that is to make decisions for them. So how do you reconcile this? It's unusual from my perspective to see this volume of fuming from the citizens.
I mean, I'll take a swing and say, like, there's a core element of this bill that, I'll start with a contrast. We had a bill earlier which was a state agency saying, we work for local governments, and as you do your local land use plans, we have state laws that guide the elements and visions and components that should be part of that, but it should be an essentially local process. And we were hand in hand. Great idea. We had some tiny refinements. They took them. Everything's great. Everything's peachy for you all. This bill is different because it says the local governments, you're still going to do the zoning, but now we're going to tell you that in these areas you've got to have multifamily, we got to have townhomes and so forth. And that's just, it's different from whatever the relationship has been before. So we're here, I like the phrase that my colleague on the panel used, we're here in good faith saying we think there's a path towards some pro-housing legislation that could get passed this year that we can get behind. And there may be elements in this bill, especially with all the amendments we heard. I haven't seen all that stuff yet, so I want to piece through it. Like, is there a path to get something we could be okay with? I hope that there is. But this is tough. It's very tough for our members as well, because they're a cog in that machine you just described, that those residents who are concerned about this bill, they elected their municipal and county leaders to do exactly that, to try and shape the community in a way that's sensible and sustainable and smart. So, I mean, we're in a difficult spot here as well.
And if I may, Delegate, thank you. That's absolutely yes. But also this bill does in a lot of ways have an outsized impact on municipalities because of the public water sewer aspect, which is one of the reasons that folder is so thick. I'm sure a lot of those are municipal folks, but they are riled up. What we need is flexibility and tools that we can implement and partnership with the state in doing so. I am confident that we can get there in these conversations. And as my colleague from MACO said, we are operating in good faith to get there.
Thank you. Delegate Bhandari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I truly appreciate the willingness to engage and consider refinement as this bill moves forward. For the committee's understanding, if the bill, I know it's a lot to digest, if the bill were narrowed or applied within priority funding areas or areas with conform infrastructure capacity, would that address the majority of the concern raised today?
May I? I'd like to start, Delegate, because every municipality is a priority funding area. So that's kind of my answer. If we would still be very actively engaged in this legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. Our next panel, favorable with amendment, Mark Elrich, Crystal Oriata, Jonathan Butler. Welcome, Mr. Koenigsegg and Prince George's County Council Chair. Thank you for your patience.
Greetings, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of this committee. I am Councilwoman Crystal Oriata, Chair of the Prince George's County Council. Prince George's County Council wants to thank you for the opportunity to speak in favorable but with amendments to this piece of legislation. Prince George's County government strongly supports the vision overall for affordable housing that the government has. But in our written testimony, you'll see Prince George's County, as Montgomery County, respectfully request one critical amendment to ensure fairness and preserve the integrity of successful local planning efforts. Prince George's County leads our region in affordable housing production. We exceed housing production targets according to the State Housing Target Report. Prince George's County produces on average 3,120 housing units annually compared to the need of 2,563 units. We have averaged 6,300 approved units annually over the last decade. As of 2024, we have approximately 48,000 housing units in the development pipeline, and we are open to any political solutions that ensure that the already approved units are built. Also, we love to see legislation tied to actual affordability. One of the things that we see in our jurisdiction is when we talk about townhomes, they start at $500,000. That is nowhere near affordability. We'd also like to see legislation tied to things like transit-oriented development. So we would like to see a piece of amendment that recognizes jurisdictions like ours that are also already achieving affordability. On page 8, after line 26, we would like to add a county that meets the following standard. The average number of county housing units approved over a rolling 3-year period exceeds the number of the annual housing units needed based on the annual housing data from the county's planning department. This amendment will ensure that counties like Prince George's County, already meeting and exceeding the production standards, are not penalized. We have different economic needs in Prince George's County, majority Black county. We have strains on our infrastructure, housing, public safety, and this legislation as standing could be detrimental to our economy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, my council member from Tacoma Park, I might say delegate from Tacoma Park. I keep forgetting which office is which these days. I'm really happy to be here, and I really liked your question about why. I won't answer it now because my time is precious, but it's a good question. Montgomery County is in a similar position to Prince George's County. We have zoned for 115,000 units in the county. We are not a county that does not want to accommodate growth. We're projected to need 87,000 units by 2050. We work with the Council of Governments. We're part of a projection system that both Prince George's, myself, and Frederick County are all part of. So we're zoned for this stuff. The days of single-family zoning for development are gone. Most of what we're zoned for are townhouses and for apartment buildings. Our view is let us build out the places we've planned for development rather than going back into places that are already developed. Developing a neighborhood for townhouses de novo is a hell of a lot easier than trying to refit a neighborhood with streets and houses that are already built into the built environment. One of the big problems with this legislation right now is there's no affordability requirements. There's not only no incentives for densifying the property, there's no affordability requirements. I worry about displacement. One of the parking planning's plans took University Boulevard. Half the units on University Boulevard were rental, and the rentals were primarily minority. They will not come back if those single-family houses are turned into duplexes. They're gone. There are other neighborhoods where the exact same thing will happen, where the housing prices will be attractive enough to densify them for townhouses, and the people who live there will not be able to live in the townhouses that are built there. That's a problem for all of our jurisdictions because we all struggle with affordability. And my county's not shy about dealing with affordability. I put over $100 million a year into subsidies for affordable units because the only way any of us get affordability is if we subsidize it. There is no developer in Montgomery County, perhaps on earth, who will go ahead and build affordable units because people need the affordable units. If we're not subsidizing it, we don't get it. So we'd like to see some affordability requirements, anti-displacement requirements. If a developer buys up a neighborhood in order to put in townhouses, they should be required to not displace the existing residents who live there and not to have prices that the existing residents won't be able to afford. Otherwise, you're going to make my county, which has a very diverse demographic, we will wind up a lot less diverse if there aren't protections for the people who live there.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. I am Jonathan, and certainly members of the Economic Committee. I am Jonathan R. Butler, Director for the Prince George's County Department of Housing and Community Development. I echo our County Council Chair regarding Prince George's County support for the Governor's vision to expand affordable home ownership opportunities for Marylanders. However, the county's Department of Housing and Community Development supports the proposed amendment, which aims to preserve local control, protect infrastructure capacity, and ensure measured community-supported growth. The Maryland Starter and Silver Homes Act of 2026, while well-intentioned, would have several undesirable impacts on Prince George's County. The act imposes limits on local land use autonomy, curbing the county's ability to tailor zoning to community character and residents' priorities by allowing smaller single-family homes on smaller lots and townhomes by right in residential areas, effectively preempts local and land use judgment and undermine years of county-driven planning work, including implementation of the Housing Opportunity for All and the county's fiscal year 2026-2030 consolidated plan, which already commits Prince George's County to expanding affordability in a manner already aligned with infrastructure capacity, school enrollment, and transportation investments. Finally, a review of the 2030 housing production targets for the state of Maryland, published January 1st, 2026, demonstrates that Prince George's County is one of 3 jurisdictions whose average annual units produced exceeds its annual housing units production needed. Note, Prince George's County leads the state in average annual units produced. Because Prince George's County is already exceeding its annual housing production target, the restrictions on local zoning authority seems unnecessary. For these reasons, already stated as well, the Department of Housing and Community Development, on behalf of Prince George's County, seeks favorable consideration on the proposed amendment to HB 239. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with Delegate Ahrens and then Adams.
County Executive, thanks for coming in. You brought up a couple interesting points that I think is part of this bill. Delegate Adams mentioned how comprehensive this was. When you said that we'll have to heavily subsidize these units, I appreciate that, but who benefits from that in the end? And how do you manage that as a fiscal, as you're looking at your dollars and cents? Because you're giving taxpayer dollars for somebody to purchase. And you probably don't have the exact answer, but it's food for thought. And then I've been around Montgomery County since I think I first started traveling down there in 1980. And I can tell you what, I sold phone systems to the county at one point, and the traffic was unbelievable, just like it is across the state. And when you start building these homes, the infrastructure you have over there, you're already, I mean, you got some major highways. I don't know where you go next is what I'm getting at. And I'm not, this isn't really a quiz or anything. It's just these are the challenges when we look at this bill that we're sitting back saying, how do you manage all this? It's great to, I wish I had hair, but I'm certainly not taking Rogaine right now.
I won't comment on hair. I wish I had more. Look, to the second part of it, most of the zoning in the county for future growth and job growth is in the 355 I-270 corridor. This housing is nowhere near the future job growth centers of Montgomery County. So if you can go into any neighborhood in Silver Spring and Bethesda and densify it, all those people become long-distance commuters, which was not the point of smart growth zoning, was to tie jobs to housing. And what this would do is break the link between jobs and housing, which I don't think is a good thing. Why do we subsidize? Because this is our workforce. The shopkeepers, the restaurant owners, you know, I wish they got paid a higher wage. I wouldn't do the $25 minimum wage. I'd probably do 30. But, you know, let's just to say this. If people got paid a decent wage, we wouldn't be in the welfare business. And your budget would be a lot less because instead of putting money out for welfare, you wouldn't have to do it because people's paychecks would pay for what they need. So I'm perfectly comfortable if I have to subsidize the people who make our counties tick and make our businesses work. Without those people, our businesses would be in deep trouble.
I asked that. I guess I understand what you're talking about, but I asked, my question was, what do you do with the money you took? Let's say I lived there. You took my tax dollars and gave it to somebody to build their wealth, if you will. That's how we build wealth in this state, in this country. We buy a home. That's part of our formula.
I'll say most of what we do is rental.
I'm sorry?
Most of what we do is rental because most of the nonprofits focus on rental rather than ownership. So people aren't building wealth. They're just paying lower rents.
Well, okay. I would argue that. I think they're going to buy a house. I think there's wealth there. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
So, Mr. County Executive, you said you wanted to answer my question. Yeah. Did you answer it?
No.
So the question was, how do you, as a policy, I mean, I'm going to be on I am on the subcommittee, so we will discuss this. And the question goes to how do you reconcile being a policymaker wanting to see the aim of the legislation, which is to listen to the panel, the sponsor panel, and then deal with the volume of, and I use the word fuming. That was because I think I'm accurately describing some of the testimony that.
Some people are fuming, yeah.
So that, if you'd like to answer that question, you know, the MACO and MML, I appreciated their.
So I would give you a non-technical answer. When most people go out and buy a home, you just don't like drive into the first neighborhood you see and then say, do I see something I like? People look around. I talk to friends who bought home. Why did you buy the house? I like the neighborhood, the street. I found the house on a street that's lined with trees. It's quiet. The commercial area is separate from where the residential area is. I get a level of peace there. Your house is the most important and largest investment that you're going to make. So you make that investment in a place where you want to have roots. Park and Planning comes in and says, we're going to take your entirely nice suburban neighborhood and we're going to put in a commercial development in the middle of the neighborhood, which can't be supported alone by the traffic inside the neighborhood. So it's going to require outside people to be driving in to the shops they want to plant there. And all of a sudden, your neighborhood's no longer the neighborhood you live in. So just at a human level, something that you think is going to devalue the value of what you've bought is something people react to. At the same time, change has to happen. And I always tell my friends that we've got to figure out how we deal with change and then we deal with the needs in society. And that's a necessary thing. It's not, things aren't going to stay like this forever. So what I've tried to do, and we're working with the state, and I've ditto everything they say, we think we can get to something that makes sense, but we want to get there in a way that people don't feel like they're utterly disrespected or demonized. I mean, this whole notion, I know in my county, we were segregated not by single-family homes, we were segregated by covenants. Until 1967, almost every square inch of Montgomery County was covered by covenants that said if you're a black or a Jew, you can't live here, rent here, and you can't work here. That's 1967. That's what kept my county segregated, not the fact we had single-family zoning. As soon as the covenants came off, all the neighborhoods in Montgomery County integrated. Our population dropped from over 30% black in 1870 to about 3.5% black in 1960. Today it's 21% black, because once the covenants were gone, anybody can live in Montgomery County in any neighborhood as long as you've got the money to live there. And that applied to my family, which could only afford a house that my parents paid $121 a month for a mortgage. So income is always determined where people live.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further questions, thank you kindly to this panel.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Delegate Bhandari has a question.
Thank you. It's wonderful to hear that some of the jurisdictions are meeting the goal. My question would be, if the state were to recognize high-performing jurisdiction, how do we ensure that affordability, not just the production, is the part of that measurement?
Yeah, I think that
To the Prince George County.
you're right. I'll say this, we agree that affordability should be tied into the legislation. We'd love to see an amendment that tackles affordability. What we're saying is that we're already meeting affordability in our region in Prince George's County. We are the most affordable. And so if the legislation is only going to focus on, are you producing housing? It's not looking at, are you producing affordable housing? It's just looking at how many units are you producing. Then we want to carve out for jurisdictions that are overproducing, right? But we agree we'd be open to it being tied to affordability, the entire legislation being attached to affordability, because our concern is that we'll see sprawl, overdevelopment, and it won't actually be affordable. And those are the reasons why we're asking for the carve out for jurisdictions that are meeting and exceeding the units produced.
If I could add to that, this notion that a smaller lot is going to result in a smaller house, it's not true. The average lot in Montgomery County is 6,000 square feet. If you knock it down to 5,000 square feet, I'm going to get a 40-foot wide house with 5-foot side yards instead of a 40-foot wide house with 6-foot side yards. It's going to go for the exact same price as the other house. You're not going to get affordability. If you talk to real estate agents, and we did, if you have the opportunity to build in a neighborhood, you build at the price in the neighborhood. Park and Planning did a study in East Silver Spring. They said, what happens if we allow duplexes and triplexes? They thought the answer was going to be affordable housing, so that's what they titled the study. After the results of the study, they changed the name of the study to attainable housing, which of course is utterly meaningless because anything's attainable. And they changed it because they found that duplexes and triplexes on its former single-family house would go for as much or more than the existing houses in the neighborhood. There is no affordable housing. When developers in White Flint were asked why they're not building, that big former mall is still empty, they said because the rents aren't high enough. They can't get what they want. So as long as you've got a totally market-driven system, it's not building until the prices are the same. And in Clarksburg, we had a neighborhood that had a taxing district and one that didn't. The developer built the same house in both neighborhoods. They sold for the same price. They didn't lower the price because they didn't have the tax on it. The difference went into pocket because the price of housing is not based on goodwill. It's based on the market. And if I can get $900,000 for a house, I'm getting $900,000. If the county got rid of $100,000 in fees, I'm still getting $900,000. They'd be crazy not to. That's the nature of the system.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thank you so much to this
Thank you.
panel.
Thank you.
We do have a virtual, Jason Sartori. Go ahead, Mr. Sartori. Unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Madam Vice President, and members of the committee, my name is Jason Sartori, and I'm the Director of the Montgomery County Planning Department, part of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. I'm here today to express our support for HB 239 with amendments. Montgomery County, like many jurisdictions across Maryland, is facing a significant housing shortage. We see this every day in our planning work. Families struggling to find attainable homes, young adults unable to enter the housing market, and older residents with limited downsizing options. The Starter and Silver Homes Act acknowledges the need to diversify Maryland's housing stock and reduce regulatory barriers to help produce smaller, more affordable homes. At the same time, both the state of Maryland and Montgomery County have long prioritized sustainable, transit-oriented, and environmentally responsible growth. To ensure this bill aligns with those principles, we offer several recommendations outlined in our official position statement. I do want to thank Secretary Day for his comments at the open. We were concerned about the geographic extent of the minimum lot size element of the bill. In Montgomery County, water and sewer service does not always align with our master plan growth areas. For example, nearly 2,700 acres thoughtfully zoned rural residential with 5-acre lot minimums are also served by public water and sewer. These areas are not intended for dense development. Other zoning provisions in the bill would apply across all residential areas, including more than 83,000 acres zoned for rural densities in our county. To better align this bill with longstanding state sustainable growth policies, we do recommend limiting its entire scope to parts of PFAs that are also in water and sewer tiers 1, 2, and 3. We are committed to expanding housing opportunities and believe this bill can be an important part of that effort. With the recommended amendments, it can advance Maryland's housing goals while preserving essential planning tools that support complete, connected, equitable, and resilient communities. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now move on to the unfavorables. Erica Jorgensen, Ellen Throop, Barbara Zektik, Charles Hendricks, and Adam Rybczynski.
Hello, everyone. I'm Erica Jorgensen. I've lived in MoCo for about 20 years. I have a PhD in economics from Harvard University. I also have degrees from Oxford University and Williams College. I spent 30 years working for the World Bank, analyzing and advising on economic policies for governments around the world. So I say to you today, we, the residents of Maryland, expect you, our legislators, to make decisions based on data and solid analysis. But I'm sorry to tell you that's not the case for the bill you're considering today. The recent comptroller's report on housing, sadly, falls far short, in particular by forecasting the future based on the pandemic years. But I have good news for you. Things are much better in Maryland than the report concludes. I refer you to my written testimony, and let me tell you what it covers. So first, net outmigration from Maryland is actually modest, and it fell by half from 2023 to 2024. And why are people leaving the state? Is it because of housing costs? No. For jobs or to be near family. That's according to the United Van Line's annual survey from more than 160,000 moves last year. Next, housing prices in Maryland are now barely flat in real terms, plummeting over the last 2 years to about 4% annual growth, just above inflation. That's according to the state's own property tax assessments. A buyer's market is emerging, says the Maryland Association of Realtors, and Maryland's large federal job losses will surely accelerate that. Next, Maryland has the nation's 4th highest household income, so wages are higher here, and that pushes up building costs. We're also the 6th most densely populated state, and so our land is expensive. But here's a surprise. Our housing costs are only 16th in the nation, cheaper than you might expect. Last, is preempting single-family zoning a magical, costless solution? New research finds that trickle-down benefits from upzoning are too small and too slow, taking decades to materialize. Upzoning cannot solve housing affordability, and in the meantime, local communities will bear the cost of erratic, profit-driven building that imposes economic, environmental, and social costs on established neighborhoods. Thank you for listening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Adam Rybczynski on behalf of the City of Havre de Grace. We urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 239. This bill represents a sweeping preemption of local land use authority that has served our state for decades and will have 3 major impacts on our city. But first, just to be clear, Havre de Grace is not opposed to more housing. We're opposed to swapping a housing crisis with a capacity crisis. While this bill seeks if this bill causes our sewer systems to fail due to forced density, the state isn't footing the bill. The local taxpayers are. This is, by definition, an unfunded mandate. Also, in coastal cities like Havre de Grace, land use isn't just about lot size. It's about water quality. HB 239 prohibits us from creating lot coverage dimensional standards. By allowing this, you're creating a pollution highway into the Chesapeake Bay. Third, this bill allows subdivision to occur behind closed doors. By permitting property owners to subdivide lots into 3 parcels while bypassing the Planning Commission, this removes the public from the process, stripping their rights to have a voice in local land use decisions. Thank you for your time, and we urge unfavorable.
Hi, I'm Barbara Zektik. I'll go. Pleasure to see everybody. I'm here representing the Citizens Coordinating Committee on Friendship Heights, which is an umbrella organization comprised of 18 communities and 20,000 residents in Southwest Montgomery County. Delegate Adams, as you said, they are fuming. We are here in opposition, and we're in opposition for 3 reasons. The first reason being, just as Delegate Howard said, very as well as I could say, it removes the voice at the local level. This bill is getting rid of zoning for single-family housing. There's been some other things said, and in the presentation at the beginning, there were a lot of conversations about a lot of amendments, but the bill that's before you does totally preempt the zoning, taking out individuals' voice at the local level. You've heard a lot about infrastructure. That's our second point. The impact on the infrastructure is just too untenable for a lot of these communities to handle. And thirdly, there's nothing in the bill that deals with affordability. The bill as written has absolutely no standards in it that would require any of the new housing to be affordable. The market prices of new unsubsidized townhomes track and typically exceed the prices of single-family homes in the Montgomery area where we're talking about. New homes are retailing for $800,000 as of 2026. Prices are exceeding $1 million in Rockville and North Bethesda. There's no reason to suspect any new development would be affordable. For these reasons, we're asking for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Chair Valderrama and delegate colleagues. My name is Charles Hendricks, and I'm the mayor of Laytonsville. I'm the mayor of Laytonsville, a town of some 750 residents in northern Montgomery County that was incorporated in 1892. My town has exercised zoning authority since 1958, but that has not stymied the town's contribution to the housing stock of our area. The town has grown rapidly in recent years. Since 2010, it has increased its housing units from 120 to 217, a growth of 81%, or an average increase of over 5% per year over the last 16 years. Yet we're a well-planned community with distinctive neighborhoods, single-family homes of widely varying sales prices built on lots of various sizes, and an assortment of multifamily rental units. I do not object to the state putting pressure on local governments to facilitate the construction of more housing units, but I believe that zoning preemption should not be applied until localities are given a chance to adjust their zoning ordinances to achieve the state's housing goals. I also believe that local governments should be allowed to retain some residential neighborhoods without townhouses, so long as they meet state housing construction goals. The Department of Housing and Community Development has published local housing unit construction goals for each year up to 2030. Why don't you give localities until 2028 to meet their housing construction approval goals and provide that failure to meet the goals by then would trigger the type of townhouse favoring rules envisioned by this bill over a gradually increasing percentage of the local jurisdiction's area. You could start with 20% of the local jurisdiction in the first year of noncompliance and increase that by 20% in each following year in which goals are not met. Let local jurisdictions decide which areas are subject to the zoning preemption so that they can try to achieve the housing goals without having the preempted goal areas grow to 100%. I agree with the proponents of this legislation that achieving an adequate stock of housing is essential, but I also believe that the state can promote the building of that housing in cooperation with counties and municipalities without subverting local community planning.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Troop, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Legislative Action Committee of Community Associations Institute. I am a practicing community associations attorney for over 30 years. Homeowners associations have existed in the state since 1920s, and condominiums have existed since 1970s. Within the state of Maryland, this therefore includes approximately 1 million people living in over 7,100 different communities. While we certainly support the idea of affordable homes, our opposition to this bill is based upon various reasons. The bill will negatively impact existing associations because there's a lack of consideration and acknowledgement of the private covenants that exist, use of common areas and common facilities, as well as the neighborhood compatibility. The bill will affect the existing communities that have been operating very well for decades under the Homeowners Association Act. That act already exists to bring consistency to the associations and ensure individuals' owners' rights as well as their expectations when they move into a given community. The bill disregards the existing maximum density restrictions and will result in the mass expansion of residents and will tax the already existing concerns that have been testified to today about population density, traffic congestion, safety elements, overcrowded schools, and of course the infrastructure concerns. As testified to, the single bill cannot adequately address all the unique and complex zoning elements imposed by the 23 independent counties. There'll be negative impact to the existing communities, their small business partners, and will extend disruption to the various counties like Worcester County. One other quick, the bill also concerned it will increase significant disputes between counties, communities, and residents. It's also unclear whether these new structures will have to contribute to current state mandated insurance and reserves for communities. So therefore we ask that you consider exempting the existing subdivisions that are already subject to a condominium regime, subject to a homeowners association, or otherwise subjected to restrictive covenants. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for your panel, but Delegate Howard has one.
So the way, I appreciate your words, I think we're right. And what I'm seeing right now is under this bill, we've had people come and testify before this committee and basically say, well, carve us out because we're meeting and or exceeding the requirements for housing. Well, they're doing that under the very system in which they plan to usurp for other districts. And then, you know how like you squeeze jelly, it's in your hand, it comes out one end, and then gonna put hyper-accelerated construction in those districts, all the while asking for a carve-out while they get the protections of their local ordinances, local bodies. So is that how you interpret the bill? Because that's certainly the way I see it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity.
Do recall that we're opposed to the bill.
Yes.
I
I just want to make sure I'm not crazy, right?
I would emphasize that in my personal and professional opinion, you cannot use this Comptroller's Report on Housing to defend this bill because it is highly flawed and extremely outdated. So if you want to argue for this bill, you need to use something else, not this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Howard. Seeing no further questions, thank you kindly for your patience and your testimony this evening. Next, I will call on Jesse Iliff, Sarah Franklin, Barney Rush, Stacy Link, and Paul Geller. Anyone can begin. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and go first. My name is Jesse Iliff. I'm the Executive Director of the Severn River Association here in opposition to House Bill 239. Thank you, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, and members of the committee for letting me testify. Our concern for the Severn River Association is that this bill opens the door for filling in every last bit of green space capable of infiltrating stormwater within some of our already developed communities. And the Severn River, where we are in the watershed of it now, is just such a place. We have a primarily suburban watershed, and the lot coverage allowances that would be mandated by this bill and the impervious surfaces that would be ushered in by the development contemplated by this bill would present a serious threat to our watershed. There's a particular story I wanted to tell the committee about a stream in the headwaters of the Severn out near the town of Millersville called the Jabez Branch, which is a treasure of a stream. It was the only stream in the coastal plain of Maryland that supported a native brook trout population for time out of mind. And the state's Department of Planning, despite their salutary goal for increasing affordable housing, had no knowledge of this, but Anne Arundel County did. And in their general development plan, they carved out a zoning overlay recommendation to preserve that very special environment. And I'm sure, as my written testimony reflects, that many of the other counties in the state have such places that are very special locations that they know about, that they are taking measures to try and protect, but that this broad brush legislation is likely to overlook and negatively impact. So for those reasons and for the others that have been stated by opponents to the legislation, we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Chair Valderrama and Vice Chair Charkoudian, it's been a long day for all of you. Thank you for still listening to us at this late hour, and all committee members. My name is Barney Rush. I'm the mayor of the town of Chevy Chase. My testimony today is drawn from the letter that Rohit Khanna from Somerset referred to earlier. 12 down county municipalities in Montgomery County came together. And the letter that we've drafted is also in my written testimony and encourage the committee to review it. It contains the full content of our concerns. I'm not going to repeat everything that Rohit said, which I thought was very well put. We certainly are very concerned about the setbacks, very concerned about stating essentially that there's only one way to deal with the entire matter, which is putting in townhomes by right, which we think takes away from the flexibility of handling missing middle housing to the extent that's a problem. We should not be defining a single solitary means to cope with it. We're also concerned about the use of the word indirectly, which we think simply invites contentious proceedings and litigation. And we reemphasize the points that actually a lot of the relaxation that's talked about in this bill will encourage larger homes, not smaller homes. And it undercuts the Montgomery County workforce housing legislation, which we communities strongly supported because that will bring multifamily housing in and along our communities, but also provide some subsidy so that indeed some of that housing can be more affordable. But I'd like to emphasize one other point, which is perhaps new to some of you. We object to this bill because it virtually eliminates all authority granted to municipalities to determine building regulations within their jurisdictions. Last year, HB 1167 was approved almost unanimously by the General Assembly and signed by Governor Moore. That law clarified the authority of municipalities in Montgomery County to set specific building regulations for housing for up to 4 units. This law would simply reverse that, and we feel strongly that a law passed by the General Assembly so overwhelmingly just 1 year ago should not be reversed less than 12 months later. Laws should stay in place. They're meant for that long purpose. I'll make one quick final comment. I frankly have not heard very much distinction between approve with amendments and those of us opposed. I think what you've heard is some very careful wording and optics. But in fact, what you've heard for a long time here this afternoon is very strong objections throughout this bill and a suggestion that it has to be thought about fresh, starting again. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, and distinguished delegates. My name is Paul Geller. I'm a regular resident of Maryland. I don't represent any group other than myself. First of all, I want to say something is happening in this room tonight that's very special to me, and it's something I'm going to let a lot of people know about. We have Republicans and Democrats in this same meeting. You're staying so late. I don't know which party many of you are from each, but you're taking the time to listen to each and every one of us. And I want to tell you, your jobs are very difficult and thankless, but I want to make sure that I thank you for doing what you're doing tonight, because it's very nice. I came out here to talk to all of you briefly, but I think that's the most important thing that you know. It's very kind of you in the middle of this session to listen to all of us late at night, so thank you. We've had a very erudite person get up here and talk about Harvard, being at Harvard and everything. Well, I'm about to go to the opposite end of the educational spectrum. Schoolhouse Rock back in the 1970s. That was a cartoon series that was on ABC. And they used to have things about, how a bill becomes a law, things like that. But one of my favorites was called Elbow Room. And it talked about in this country how, some people just aspire to have a little elbow room. And growing up in New York City, I really aspired to have a nice yard, a little place to call my own, a place where I could try to figure out how to grow plants, things like that. And finally, after many years of scrimping and saving, my family was able to do it. I love my house. I love my yard. I know my neighborhood's getting crowded because people can't afford to live elsewhere. I can only imagine the damage that this bill would do if it passed, because it would create even more density. Some of you may know me as a PTA volunteer for many years as an advocate for our public school students. This would create unbelievable overcrowding in our schools. We need to plan ahead for that. I greatly appreciate this, and I also hope you realize that this is not a uniquely Maryland problem. So thank you very much for your time.
Good timing. Good evening. This did say good afternoon, but it's now evening. Thank you for your time, committee and Madam's chair and vice chair. My name is Stacy Link, and I am the mayor of Sykesville. This should go without saying, but municipalities actually want more housing. We want the same outcomes that the administration wants: more inventory, more affordability. Sykesville's already modernizing our zoning to that end. But this bill strips every municipality of the ability to determine how growth happens in our communities, and that's just unacceptable. This bill is built on a false premise that local zoning is a primary barrier to housing production. It just simply isn't. Housing affordability is shaped by utility regulation, energy costs, infrastructure financing, and property tax assessments, none of which the municipalities have any control over. DHCD's own data contradicts the one-size-fits-all mandate. Their 2030 growth targets for Havre de Grace are 365, Hagerstown 978, Leonardtown 124. No targets were even set for Bardesville and 40 other towns, but if this bill should pass, every single one of them would lose their opportunity to control their own growth. Municipalities are not interchangeable, yet this bill treats it as if they are. And the justification for this preemption simply isn't true. DHCD claims townhomes are 25 to 30% cheaper, but in Sykesville, we've built 250 townhomes in 12 years. And each one of those sold at or above median sale price. And since 2020, check this out, every newly constructed townhouse has sold for $80,000 more
than median, and Redfin, which DHCD likes to cite, shows townhomes in our zip code now sell for $7,000 more than single-family homes. So I ask, where is the Maryland-specific data proving this bill will create affordability? Municipalities are asking for solutions based in our realities and for partnerships, not preemption. Actual outcomes will actually require a different bill entirely, one that provides technical assistance from the Maryland Department of Planning, from DHCD themselves, and infrastructure funding. Set the goals, hold us accountable, and then work with us for real solutions. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. I am Sarah Franklin. I am a town council member in the town of Upper Marlboro, Maryland, in Prince George's County. I would like to say I think that our county council chair did a really good job of explaining Prince George's County's issues and pointed out something that I was going to point out to you, which is that a townhome near me costs over $500,000, which is more than my single-family home is valued at. Upper Marlboro opposes this bill because it functionally privatizes long-term planning in our communities. It relies on broad state preemption and of technical land use standards in a manner that undermines coordinated long-range planning and infrastructure readiness, with no assurance that the targeted types of housing will actually be built. Upper Marlboro also emphasizes that municipalities are responsible for the consequences of this development. We're the ones who have to provide the public works. We have to clear the snow of streets that have a lot of cars on them, frankly, because, you know, cars, when lots were built at 5,000 square feet, you maybe had one car for your family. Now you've got 3 and 4, and where are those cars going? I also just want to point out, as they've said, that this will result in bigger houses, not just new bigger houses, but it will result in something called mansionization, which is where you have small lots and small affordable houses on them. And a developer will come in, tear down that small house, and they will build right up to 5 feet, 10 feet, and they'll build a box. And now you had a garden in your backyard, and you don't have a garden in your backyard because the light is no longer coming into your backyard. This happens in Chevy Chase, and they have laws that prevent it. And so this will happen in more communities with this legislation. And lastly, I just want to point out that historically, affordable housing has been pushed onto the lowest value land by removing our ability to enforce stricter design and environmental standards than are at the state level. We're handing the keys of our future entities over to developers that are not going to be bearing the burdens and costs of flooding and infrastructure failure that's going to be borne by the residents who need the affordable housing most. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin. Mr. Gill, I'll just say thank you for your kind words to all of us, but just know we were elected to be here and we asked to be here, so we're here to listen to you.
With all due respect, it means a lot seeing it. I aspired 3 times to run for office, and I never quite did it. It's tough. So the fact that you're still there and listening to us, and there's good banter going back and forth, it means a lot. So what you're doing here is special, and I just so appreciate it. So thank you very much. Keep up the good work, all of you.
Thank you so much. The banter we can attribute to Delegate Adams. We always have ongoing communication here. He knows I love him. So with that said, we have no questions. The members have no questions for your panel, but thank you for your patience and your testimony this evening.
Thank you.
We will now move on to more unfavorables of virtually. Eric Rockel and Mayor Selena Benitez.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? Good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We just can't see you.
I'm having a problem with the camera on my computer.
Okay, go ahead, proceed.
Thank you. I urge the committee to cast an unfavorable vote on this bill. On a philosophical basis, I feel that land use and zoning decisions should be made at the local level rather than at the state level. You've heard from a variety of sources in today's hearing at the local level that there are already working hard to provide affordable housing. I will agree with the Secretary Day that we do need more affordable housing, but this bill is not the way to do it. This bill should be torn up. The state should set some standards, some guidelines for all the municipalities and counties to meet, and then have the local officials set where to best implement those numbers to achieve an affordable housing solution. I heard testimony by the advocates today, and I was incredibly unimpressed. This bill would increase impervious surface and lead to stormwater management problems. It would harm sewer, water, school capacity, and hurt APFO legislation. And by decreasing setbacks, you're going to unintendedly be creating more situations where house fires could spread from one home to another. For these and other reasons, I again urge the committee to tell Secretary Day to go back to the drawing board and come up with a better piece of legislation, not just tinker around this piece of legislation at the edges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rockel. We have no questions for you. Thank you for your patience and your testimony. We'll now move on to Mayor Selena Benitez.
Good evening. It has definitely been a long day for all of us, but I thank you guys for being here. So good evening, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Choroya, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm very happy to join my fellow elected officials in opposition of Bill 239, and I urge you guys to please take strong consideration to our statements. While the City of Mount Rainier supports the expanded housing options across Maryland, HB 239 further removes the municipalities from land use decision-making through the state level preemption and will undermine the limited but critical role cities played in shaping development outcomes. In Prince George's County, municipalities do not hold a primary zoning authority, but the City of Mount Rainier has worked very hard in making sure that through community input, but also our direct input as elected officials, we have shaped what zoning is. This will take further away control from us, not give us more control. But the big issue that we also see ahead is also that it has no component of affordability. I side with my other officials in saying, as a city of Mount Rainier, we're the highest density populated city in the whole entire state of Maryland. We have very little room to grow, maybe like potentially half a house, but this will allow for people to come over to our city that's overpopulated and remove houses and create extra lots that at the end of the day, I have to burn the responsibilities, not just with snow, water, deal with the school, education, police, public works, and everything that goes along with it. So to me, heavily feels like housing is needed, but it's not a cookie cutter, one pattern fits all everybody. I think that's what you continue to hear. So the opposition is big from all of us in making sure that our zoning authority is respected, but also you heard from those that are supporting with amendments. They have big cutout that they want from their own cities. Chair Arrieta said very clearly when it came to Prince George's County, we are going above and beyond our numbers. So definitely this has a big issue with us. In saying that, I asked for an unfavorable report for 239. And thank you guys so much for you hearing our wonderful comments.
Thank you, Mayor. We have no questions for you. Thank you for your patience and testimony. We have a couple more virtuals. Thank you. Barbara Salmer-Webb and Paula Edding. Okay, so we will move on to our last person for informational purposes, Jason Roth.
Good evening. My name is Jason Groth. I am the Director of Planning and Growth Management for Charles County, Maryland. A couple of quick things from an informational standpoint. Charles County is essentially in full support of creating affordable housing. There's no doubt there. We understand that the intent of the bill is to increase housing supply to help bring houses down, supply and demand. But preemption of local zoning authority is not the way and will create unintended challenges for local jurisdictions, as many of the prior speakers have articulated. We too are already reaching our housing targets that DHCD has put out there. So how do we do this? We did this through adequate public facility ordinance policies, namely our school allocation policy, and creating incentives for affordable housing in areas that are intended for growth, that are intended for smaller lots, multifamily housing and the like. Rather than this one-size-fits-all approach, we want to work together with the state. We want to come up with a better way. As far as costs, we need to look deeper into the affordability challenges. Creating more lots doesn't inherently create more affordability. Costs of schools, roads, public safety are all in the backs of counties and local jurisdictions and are paid for by the residents and the purchasers of homes or developers. Time challenges. Counties are mandated to implement the state stormwater management rules, which take considerable time to implement and oversee. And so speed to market and creating more affordability, more properties availability is a real challenge with that. And these are rules that are passed from the state to the counties. We also believe that the Maryland counties are well on their way to tackling affordable housing. For example, Charles County is implementing an affordable housing plan and strategy. We have zoning code updates, a comprehensive zoning code update that's going on right now, like a lot of the other jurisdictions spoke of this evening. We have adequate public facility incentives, like I mentioned earlier, which really have attracted affordable housing, tax incentives such as payment in lieu of tax programs. And so because of all these things, we strongly urge a collaborative effort between the state and the local jurisdictions to get where we need to be with affordable housing. And I thank the committee for your time and attention, especially so late into the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Groth. I'm looking, I see no questions for you. Thank you so much for your patience and your testimony.
Of course.
Members, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 239 and the bill hearings for this evening. Keep in mind, we will be having our first voting session tomorrow. Please listen on the floor for the announcements of the time of that session. We are adjourned.